Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown, Senator Lawrence Hislop, and Senator Ansel Dennis, all of whom are out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Tahaka Obika, whereas by instrument dated the 25th of November 2024, I appointed you as a temporary senator with effect from the 26th of November 2024 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator the Honorable Paula Gopi Schoon, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, do hereby revoke with immediate effect your appointment as a temporary senator. To Dr. Tim Gopi Singh, whereas by instrument dated the 26th of November 2024, I appointed you as a temporary senator with effect from the 26th of November 2024 and continuing during the absence of Senator Anil Roberts by reason of illness, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, do hereby revoke with immediate effect your appointment as a temporary senator. To Mr. Ndali Young, whereas Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndali Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 29th of November 2024 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of the said Senator, the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown. To Ms. Yukima Bethelmi, whereas Senator the Honorable Paula Gopi Schoon is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of her absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Yukima Bethelmi, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 29th of November 2024 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator the Honorable Paula Gopi Schoon. To Mr. Michael Seals, whereas Senator Lawrence Hislop is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Michael Seals, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 29th of November 2024 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator Lawrence Hislop. To Dr. Jeremy Innes. Whereas Senator Ansel Dennis is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Jeremy Innes, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 29th of November 2024 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of the said Senator Ansel Dennis. To Mr. Dominic Smith. Whereas Senator Anil Roberts is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of illness. Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Dominic Smith, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 29th of November 2024 and continuing during the absence of Senator Anna Roberts by reason of illness, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 29th day of November 2024. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Ndali Young, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Yukima Bethelme, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Michael Seals, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Jeremy Innes, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I would bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I'm about to enter.
I, Dominic Smith, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Urgent questions.
Senator Dr. Paul Richards.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. To the Minister of Health, what is being done at the primary care level to stem the rapid spread of a virulent flu affecting a significant portion of the population, including several schools across the country?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I thank the Honourable Senator for the question. Mr. President, we have to understand what the word virulent means. It means a disease that is extremely severe or harmful in its effects that has the possibility of crippling a health system. Mr. President, we are in the second month of our normal flu season, which runs from October of any year to May of the following year. It's a 7-month flu season. At this point in time, in checking with the Ministry of Education, we're checking with all the RHAs, all the accident and emergency departments, checking with the pediatric emergency department at Mount Hope, checking with selective private sector physicians and pediatricians. I can report that at this time, there is no significant increase in flu amongst the population, either adult or children, that is unusual from any other previous year. It is noteworthy for the country to understand that every year we engage in primary care activities to sensitize the public as to how to protect themselves against the influenza. We launched our flu vaccine drive on September the 13th. We had flu vaccines at 9 mass vac sites. We engage with health education at our schools, both the Ministry of Health, CMOHs, and the Health Department of the Ministry of Education. and we do social media and mass media activities to sensitize the population how to protect themselves from influenza. So at this point in time, there is no significant increase at the hospitals, at the level of the private sector, that warrants any unusual response at this time. But we do encourage the population to get vaccinated. Thank you.
Dr. Richards.
Thank you, Minister, for the response. Can the Minister indicate how the population, if possible, can identify the difference between the symptoms of this flu, which the Minister has identified as within normal parameters for this time of year, and dengue fever?
Minister of Health.
We have alerted the population that if they suspect they suffer from any viral illness, they should immediately contact a healthcare provider, not to treat these things on their own, because as we know with influenza, as opposed to the regular flu, influenza is deadly, especially influenza A, which we are vaccinating on. You can go from normal to deceased in the space of 24 to 48 hours. The symptoms are rapid onset, as opposed to the normal flu, which are self-limiting over a 5 to 7 day period. And our advice to the population, as we have always done, if you are unsure, seek medical advice. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Dr. Paul Richards.
Minister, through you, Mr. President, given that the Minister has indicated that the flu presentation in the country at this time is within what is described as normal parameters, can the Minister identify if there are any special provisions put in place, given the fact that we're going into the Christmas season? People will be traveling, coming into the country, and going out and coming back to monitor and or prevent any potential outbreaks.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. So as we always do, we advise the population that our flu season, which runs from October of any year to May the following year, is predicated as to what is circulating in North America and England, where most of our visitors and returning residents come from. Right now in North America, in this Thanksgiving season, it is autumn, and we advise the population every year that the flu season is a reflection of what is circulating in these temperate countries. We have our normal surveillance systems, and we do constant surveillance for influenza and other respiratory viruses throughout the health system, from primary to secondary to tertiary. That's what we do, and we treat these cases symptomatically until a test comes back which says you have influenza A, influenza B, and then more specific treatments can be employed. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. To the Minister of National Security, given recent reports of a new online phishing scheme to retrieve personal banking information from customers, can the Minister advise what urgent steps are being taken by the Cybercrime Unit to address this matter?
Minister of National Security.
As usual, may the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in God's sight. Mr. President, wisely, we have two agencies in the state system to treat with the problem as raised by the Honorable Senator. We have the Trinidad and Tobago Cybersecurity Incident Response Team, or CSIRT, And of course, we have the cybercrime unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Two incidents propped up within recent times: a phishing campaign imitating the Republic Bank limits online banking portal in an attempt to harvest usernames and passwords. TTC CERT has taken steps to report the phishing links to the respective foreign hosting providers and have taken them down. To date, all phishing links that have been reported to TTC CERT have been successfully brought down. A phishing campaign, secondly, meant to take over access to persons' WhatsApp accounts. CCERT, TTC CERT, has issued warnings, guidance on social media, and is developing an awareness guide to be posted on the National Security website. Phishing, Mr. President, is a type of cyber attack where attackers try to trick people into revealing personal information, such as usernames, passwords, or credit card numbers. They typically do this by pretending to be a trustworthy entity, like a bank, a company, or even sometimes a friend. The steps taken so far by the cybercrime unit of the police service are public awareness campaigns, educating the public about the dangers of phishing scams and how to recognize them. Secondly, enhanced monitoring, increasing surveillance on online activities to detect and respond to phishing attempts more quickly. Collaboration with financial institutions, working closely with banks to identify and shut down fake websites and fraudulent activities. Forensic analysis, meaning utilizing advanced forensic tools.
Minister, time has ended for response. Senator Mark.
Yeah, Mr. President, can I ask the Minister of National Security whether he's aware of the number, not the names, but the number of customers through this phishing scam have been affected thus far, given the fact that you have indicated that you have arrested this matter? How many people were affected? Do you know? Can you share?
Minister of National Security.
As I said earlier, or was saying, utilizing advanced forensic tools to trace the origins of phishing attacks and gather evidence for prosecution, and we have established some reporting mechanisms encouraging the public to report suspicious emails and messages to the authorities. These steps are part of the broader attempt to strengthen our cybersecurity measures to protect citizens from this phenomenon. In respect of the question raised by my friend, I am unfortunately at this time to say with specificity how many cases, but we are aware that there are cases and we are responding to them in the manner that I suspect, thoroughly described. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the time for urgent questions has come to an end.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are 9 questions for oral answer in the order paper. I should inquire from Senator Mark whether Senator Mark is minded to withdraw question 4 to the Minister of Labour.
I have agreed that this question should be stood down today, and he will be able to answer it at the next sitting. So I'm prepared. Yes, I'm prepared to stand now. Question number 4.
Acting Leader. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, in that regard, we will be answering the remaining 8 questions, and we're asking for a deferral on question 4.
Okay. Honourable Senators, the deferral that the member seeks is so granted on question number 4. Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 22 to the Minister of Sport and Community Development.
Minister of Sport and Community Development.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President. The implementation of the Sport, Health, Athletic Performance, Empowerment in Communities program is designed to impact athletes, coaches, managers, and administrators within communities by using sport and physical activity at the grassroots level as a method of talent identification, capacity building, and skills development for athletes and coaches. As I said when I came earlier this week, it's all about adding structure to a ministry or public sector area that didn't really have structure before. From the inception of the SHAPE program in 2022, the ministry has demonstrated significant impact. We certified 365 participants across Trinidad and Tobago in coaching, sport administration, sport management. In addition to SHAPE, we have the I Choose Sport program, which has been implemented in over 130 schools across Trinidad and Tobago, providing a platform for talent identification, mentorship by sport icons, changing the culture in schools as it relates to sport, and promoting increased participation in sport, both in schools and at the community level. To enhance the effectiveness of the SHAPE program, the ministry has partnered with the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee for administrative and coaching development capacity building, the national governing bodies to advance coaching and sport management at the community level. In addition to initiatives like Pink Rain campaign with a specific focus on developing and promoting women and girls in sport are done in collaboration with the national governing bodies and members of the private sector. The ministry has also deepened its focus in supporting community groups. We also use athletes to help us in promoting sport as a tool for development and promoting peace. Some of our recent initiatives through partnerships include supporting the Gabriella Wood Judo Workshop, Marshall Sidenio's Elite Athlete Development Camp, Dylan Carter's engagement for our April Cools program, Kenya Cordner's Evolution Football Camp. In the past, we've supported individual athletes in their athletic camps like Michelle Yai in the past. The ministry recently supported a month-long Unity Call Football League in Beetham Gardens, and we stand ready to support Keyshawn Walcott's Golden League carded for later on this year, or maybe earlier next year. Other initiatives include partnerships with Bafa Sports for a Pink Rain campaign, Republic Bank, and Let's Learn Golf. We have Republic Bank also for futsal in areas like St. George's West and St. George's East, the National Gas Company in collaboration with the N3As at Trinidad and Tobago. And recently we partnered with Digicel and the Special Olympics Committee, Special Olympics Trinidad and Tobago to host our inaugural Special Olympics Regional Beach Games held on November 8 to 10, 2024. All these partnerships and initiatives of this nature serve to promote sport at the community level. Thank you.
Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 23. Is that
1 second. You have no supplemental, Senator Francis, on 22? Okay then, so question number 25, Senator Hutchinson.
Number 25, the Minister of Education.
Education.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, launched in 2022, the Vacation Revision Program is part of the Ministry's initiative to improve the performance of students who score below 50% at the secondary entrance assessment examination. At the start of the program, pre-tests in mathematics and language arts are administered to assess students' academic levels. These results are used by tutors to tailor lesson plans that address specific areas of weakness. Student performance is tracked by measuring performance at national examinations. It should be noted that the primary school leaving certificate is the first national examination for the first batch of VRP students. Observation of the students who scored below 50% on the 2022 secondary entrance assessment examination, participated in the VRP, and sat the primary school leaving certificate in 2024 revealed notable improvements in the following 3 key subject areas: a 52% increase in English language arts writing, a 44% improvement in mathematics, and an 89% boost in English language arts. Additionally, students and their families received support from the Ministry's Student Support Services and Curriculum Planning and Development Divisions, which provided both psychosocial assistance and an adjusted curriculum designed to meet the students' specific needs. The program also exposed students to a broad curriculum including visual and performing arts, and offered opportunities to engage with influencers who shared insight on career choices and pathways. In total, over the past 3 years, 4,300 students have benefited from the Vacation Revision Program, and it's anticipated that the program will continue to offer valuable learning opportunities to academically vulnerable students. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hutchinson, if you have a supplemental.
Thank you, Minister. Are you satisfied that the program is working optimally? And if not, how can it be improved?
Your first question, Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. With regards to my level of satisfaction, I am happy to see the upward trend in the students' performance. There's always room for improvement. In addition to that, we also are appealing to parents of students who are eligible for the VRP to allow your children to attend. There's a lot to be done in terms of the academics, but also the transition between primary and secondary school that they can benefit from. So we are happy for the upward trend, but we are always happy to see improvement. At the end of every session, we do a report, and that report includes recommendations for improvement in the next year, and so we take those into consideration as we go from year to year.
Senator Hutchinson, further supplemental?
No further supplemental.
You have supplemental? Senator Dr. Richards.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what is the participation percentage of eligible students who took part from the start of the program?
Minister of Education.
I don't have the statistic in front of me. We do record it, but I don't have it in front of me. Therefore, I cannot give that particular answer at this time.
To indicate, my understanding is that while the program is extremely well intended and planned, there is an issue with the participation level, making it not as effective as envisioned. Can the Minister indicate if there are any plans or protocols to improve the participation level?
Minister of Education.
Mr. President, I would have indicated that certainly one of the things we want to do is to ensure that those who are eligible do attend. And this is not a mandatory program. It is something that parents have to agree to send their children to. We do provide lunches and so on to encourage participation. And what we have done from the first year to the second year is to advertise it earlier, so that parents have a chance to plan to send their children. Of course, we do in our regular school year, both at primary and secondary school, encourage parents to send their children, and so we make this appeal again to encourage the parents, but it is not a mandatory session, and therefore that is the most we can do to get our children there. A part of it is also encouraging children to attend by broadening the curriculum. That's why we have included the arts and the culture, and as well the volunteer mentorship with the influencers that act as a stimulant to encourage children to want to attend the VRP sessions that are so valuable for them. Thank you.
Senator Hutchinson, next question on the order paper.
Question number 26, the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Student Support Services Division is resourced with specialized personnel such as guidance and counseling officers, school social workers, psychologists, and restorative practitioners to address the psychosocial challenges of our nation's children. These officers utilize the following intervention strategies to assist in removing the psychosocial barriers so that students can reach their fullest potential: individual and group counseling, consultations with parents, teachers, and principals, home visits, parenting and education sessions, teacher information sessions, community engagement, educational advising, group guidance in academic, career, and personal social development, psychoeducational assessments and evaluations, psychotherapeutic support, restorative interventions. The school social workers and the SSSD department aims to maximize and provide service delivery to our nation's students utilizing all available resources. It should be noted that efforts are being made to increase the staff in the Student Support Services Division and procure more of the necessary tools and devices, such as connectivity devices and assessment tools, to ensure that the work of meeting the needs of the nation's children are addressed. The Ministry of Education outsources diverse services to support students and families through partnerships with institutions such as the National Family Services Division, Ministry of Social Development, and they provide family and counseling services, Child Guidance Clinic at the Ministry of Health, which conducts psychiatric evaluations, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, which manages family support and monitoring, Community Policing Unit of the Ministry of National Security, which offers victim and witness support alongside community policing services, and the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, which ensures the safety and well-being of children. These partnerships enable the Ministry of Education to address a broad range of psychosocial and protective needs for students and their families. The following provisions are made for schools in vulnerable areas. The SSSD is staffed with officers assigned to each primary and secondary school across the 7 education districts, with dedicated officers at 80 primary schools and 26 secondary schools of focus, among others. Staff are trained to identify students in vulnerable areas and to implement the necessary measures to support them. Collaboration to the Ministry of Sport and Community Development to assist vulnerable communities through outreach programs, and that's to their mediation department, as well as programs that promote technical and vocational skills. Partnership with the victim witness support to provide outreach programs to students and their families who have experienced trauma, especially in communities impacted by crime and gang-related issues. Collaboration with the community police to conduct home visits in high-risk and vulnerable areas. Joint efforts with the community police to offer after-school support through centers and homework clubs, as well as monitoring families facing challenges, and additional provisions which include offering sessions on parenting and education, mental health awareness, crisis intervention, counseling, community engagement, teacher training, professional development, and career guidance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hutchinson.
Is the Honourable Minister able to give a quantitative estimate of the deficit between demand for these services and supply?
Sir.
Mr. President, demand is always more than the supply. The workload of these officers is very large, in some cases larger than others, which is why for the schools of focus, which are the schools we have identified with the highest discipline problems and the lowest academic performance, they require more resources, and that's why we would have hired, in addition to what existed, dedicated officers for those schools. There are also schools, high-risk schools, that have dedicated officers, but there is need for more. And the Ministry of Education has made the proposal, it has been accepted, and it will be implemented as soon as possible to increase the number of school social workers, guidance counselors, behavioral specialists, school psychologists in our education system. So the demand is always more than the supply, but what is also critical is one of the school-based management processes, which is the school-based intervention team, which allows the school to identify early students who have issues. In many cases, those teams are not operating at maximum level, leaving problems to spiral, and therefore it becomes much more difficult to deal with later down the road. So as I just actually met with education stakeholders, and we discussed ensuring that there is time on the curriculum during school hours for that school-based intervention team to meet so that we can identify earlier some of the issues and deal with them while they are smaller problems rather than larger problems. Because what is happening is that more and more persons are demanding these services, and we cannot simply keep increasing the number of school social workers. We have to make the other parts of the system that support these social workers and guidance counselors, we have to make that work as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Professor Hutchinson.
Question number 27 for the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my day today. Mr. President, it is because of random acts of violence and traumatic incidents in schools that the People's National Movement government would have created the Student Support Services Division in 2004, which is 20 years ago. Accordingly, once the Student Support Services Division receives information of a violent or traumatic incident occurring at a school, contact is made with the school and an officer from the division responds to ensure that the student or students is or are taken for medical treatment if that is needed. A report is subsequently sent to the manager of the division, who then shares it with the Office of the Chief Education Officer, detailing a critical incident care and protection plan for the students involved. This may include planned visits to the home of the students. The care and protection plan includes, but is not limited to, counseling for the students, psychosocial and/or clinical assessments, case conferencing with the parents, family intervention, advocacy for the students, home visits, monitoring of the students if they may be on suspension. Further, the following agencies are engaged by the Ministry of Education as and when necessary to provide further support in dealing with these issues. The Ministry of Health, which is responsible for assessing and ensuring the students' medical fitness and well-being. The Child Protection Services of the Child Protection Unit, which is tasked with preventing the escalation of volatile incidents within the student community, and the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the Children's Court, which is responsible for addressing the student's need or the crisis in a timely manner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Professor Hutchinson.
And has the ministry explored any association or potential association between academic performance in these schools and the prevalence of these violent incidents?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is a fact that students who are the victims of trauma do, in some cases, not in all, but in some cases, experience academic decline. And that is why the protection plan for the students in most cases involves the counseling and counseling for the home as well. I must mention at this juncture that the Ministry of Education relies on the support we receive from other organizations and institutions as well. It is important because there is a limit to where we can go. And when that support from other agencies is applied to the student and the situation, it allows for us to manage the caseload much better. So whereas within the ministry, we want to increase the number of workers so that we can get more support, we also have to strongly recognize and rely on those who can offer that support that we cannot offer the ministry. There is a limit to where we can go. And so most certainly, we are very much in that partnership mode to ensure that our students receive the type of care that is required for all of them.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to the Minister of... Is it question number 5? Yeah. I have to address that to my outgoing colleague. I will miss you. Mr. President, may I address this to my colleague and friend, Minister of National Security? Question number 5 to the Honorable Minister of National Security. I will miss you.
All right. Minister of National Security.
Mr. President, it is rather interesting to note that I am moving on from 30 years of representative service and politics a sphere, a field in which the Honorable Senator never got started. Politically stillborn. Mr. President, that aside, there has been a very careful development of strategic programs, workshops, and seminars with a focus on social challenges such as drug abuse, domestic violence, incest, rape, anger management, and gang-related activities, which have been implemented by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. In the same vein, the TTPS has begun to execute various proactive strategies aimed at assisting with the deterrence and suppression of criminal violations by youth deemed at risk. I'm sure the professor on the other side, Hutchinson, will agree that the traditional at-risk group has now broadened to more learned, educated, not fitting traditional profiles who use their acumen to perpetrate antisocial and criminal behavior in this country and in the world as well. One such measure involves, they look ordinary, in other words. One such measure involves the establishment of community-oriented policing section across Trinidad and Tobago to foster and develop a closer and more effective relationship with high-risk communities to aid in the relentless struggle against the criminal elements infiltrating and influencing youth within these communities. This approach has been largely successful and is epitomized by the work of the Hearts and Minds team of the Interagency Task Force of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The community policing concept is based on the premise that both police and the community must work closely together to identify, prioritize, and solve contemporary problems. This is inclusive of crime, drugs, the fear of crime, social, physical disorder, and overall neighborhood and community decay. In recent times, crime and violence has emerged as major concerns for all of us in Trinidad and Tobago, accompanied by a proliferation of violence in and outside of our schools, perpetrated often by students themselves. There's also activities of gangs which are in constant battle, largely over turf, drugs and the gun turf. It has been identified that some of the violent gangs, predominantly along the east-west corridor and south-central regions, now have their influences entrenched in the school system. Criminal elements also rely on juveniles to conduct narcotic sales and conceal contraband, even in places designed for or used as safe spaces in their respective communities. Juveniles are used as stashers, gun sacks, mules, and lookouts. Additionally, a degree of influence by perpetrators of crime is also engendered by certain types of music which they promote and through youth who often display their inclination for particular lifestyles. So some of the techniques, the utilization of liaison officers of the police service attached to the community policing unit. They have been assigned to schools labeled as high risk in an attempt to partner with and foster harmonious relationships with the police officers and the students, allowing for a level of calm and mentorship. Lectures and mentorship programs, the absence of proper role models and mentors account in part for the increase in crimes and deviant behavior among our young people. The TTPS, by way of lectures, mentorship programs, and partnership, seek to provide literature and in-house seminars to deal and to develop the communication skills, ethics, anger management programs, career choices, and conflict resolution. In the Southern Division, for an example, there's a community project called the More, which was commenced in 2023. Within this project, children are exposed to sports and academics and catch-up programs for those who have fallen behind. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Normally, I would interrogate him. Today, I put him to rest. I now go on to question number 6 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, following the unfortunate and tragic incident which resulted in the death of an employee on a Water and Sewage Authority job site on October 22, 2023, while laying a new sewer connection, the authority immediately conducted an internal review of excavation safety procedures in collaboration with the National Gas Company and identified the need for the stringent implementation of the following best practices, some of which were already being implemented. Having qualified and competent persons for inspection as per the authority's SOPs for trenching safety as well as the OSH Act 2004, ensuring that all excavations for planned jobs are properly designed and a competent person designated. This will ensure that once works are being performed, the crew is fully aware of the required techniques to be employed for safeguarding the trench wall and who is the assigned person designated as a competent person. Ensuring that all crews involved in excavation works undergo basic safety awareness training on excavation safety, trenching SOPs, and SJA for pipeline work. Using lightweight modular aluminum sheets instead of heavyweight steel boxes and sheeting materials for shoring during excavation. The lighter material can be configured to fit most trenches and can be easily assembled on site and transported in the tray of a typical 4x4 pickup, as opposed to heavy materials that are impractical to use, as well as entail heavy equipment to transport and install. Finally, having a rescue team readily available during excavation works, the authority has started sourcing spinal boards for safe extraction of injured persons, as well as identify local trainers who can provide the necessary specialist training for selected employees that can perform rescue operations, and compulsory training and certification for all persons in charge of work requiring excavation and pipeline repair installation. This should be a mandatory requirement prior to any promotion or assignment. Additionally, as part of that person's performance metric, excavation safety is to be part of the assessment. This entails completion of job safety analysis, conducting toolbox talks, as well as performing trench inspection and signing off on fit for entry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, can I ask the Honorable Minister, are all the measures outlined to safeguard any recurrence in the future of such a tragedy? Can you tell this Honorable Senate whether those measures outlined by your good self have been implemented fully as we speak, or are they still being implemented as we proceed? Can you clarify?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thanks to the Senator for that question. I want to assure the Senator that this has been a work in progress because it entails reconfiguring internal safety procedures, engaging in the necessary training, etc. But insofar as it relates to all of the items that I've just mentioned, I can give you the assurance that with respect to employees as well as contractors of the authority, those procedures are being implemented as we speak.
Senator Mark.
As it relates to contractors, would you want to share with us, Honorable Senate, what are some of the procedures this investigation would have thrown up for contractors to follow to ensure that they keep their end of the bargain, to ensure the safety and health of employees who are engaged in the kind of activities that resulted in the loss of life of this employee?
Mr. President, with respect to WASA's contractors, I want to give you the assurance that upon the finalization of this particular investigation and the recommendations for training, contractors were also brought on board to ensure that they comply with this new safety procedures that the authority is now ensuring that its workers as well as its contractors, that they comply with these new safety procedures. And I can tell you, when I visit some of those sites, I witness their full implementation by the authority as well as its safety procedures and units inside the authority, and ensuring that contractors comply with them. And if those contractors do not comply with these safety procedures, the authority will take the appropriate action to shut down the worksite until these procedures are fully adhered to.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether internal procedures, written procedures, with the appropriate sanctions accompanying those written procedures have been established by WASA arising out of this report and what you have just shared with this Honorable Senate?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And the response to this question is yes.
Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 23 to the Minister of Sport and Community Development.
Minister of Sport and Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Honourable Senator, for this question. The key findings and outcomes of the visit were as follows. The Jamaica sport system operates through 3 complementary agencies. The Sport Development Foundation, which oversees national governing bodies, the Institute of Sport, which manages grassroots development through schools and communities, with focused talent identification programs, and the Independence Park Limited, which operates sport facilities on a fee-based structure, ensuring sustainability through revenue generation from concerts and cultural events. The systemic differences include schools, not clubs, serve as the primary driver of track and field development in Jamaica. Mandatory fee structure for all facility usage, supporting maintenance and operations. A deep cultural integration of sports, particularly through school activities and competitions. A robust private sector and alumni support system for athlete development. The Inter-Secondary School Sport Association is made up of secondary school principals. Once you're a principal of a secondary school, you have to be a part of the Inter-Secondary School Sport Association, and that entity is responsible for coordinating all school sports, raising funds for the school sport activities, and soliciting sponsorship for all school sport activities. As it relates to education and training framework, the GC Foster College graduates maintain 85% presence in secondary schools. 100% of the primary schools, complete coverage of the primary schools with qualified physical education teachers. Cultural mandate for annual sport events by all schools. A dedicated 10% allocation of the school's budget to promote sport development. Significant autonomy granted to schools for their sport program management. Some of the impacts of the findings. Based on the findings, the following has been implemented in the ministry. The launch of the pioneering I Choose Sport program, designed as a response to declining youth engagement in sport, and aims to reinvigorate the passion for sport amongst young people, to foster a robust sporting culture and capture a wider cross-section of upcoming athletes. Establishment of the Sport in Schools program under the Community Sport Unit at Sport TT to manage school sport participation in sporting activities and connect athletes with clubs to support overall development. The training of over 75 coaches and sport practitioners, and employing 30 coaches or sport practitioners to support the education system. As I said earlier this week, we're in over 130 primary and secondary schools throughout Trinidad. The development of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Government of Jamaica and the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, which will be signed later on in this fiscal year, for deeper partnership in the area of sport development and technical cooperation. Another part of the question spoke to whether we're going to look at other countries. This year, the government includes to engage the Embassy of Cuba and the Cuban government to initiate another cycle of the technical cooperation agreement to promote capacity building of our technocrats, coaches, and administrators. Currently, the ministry continues to work closely with various regional and international partners in sport development, for example, with Jamaica, of course, for general sport cooperation, and especially in the area of athletics with the GC Foster College. We partner with other countries for work in cricket and towards developing a high-performance sports academy. Through hosting the Commonwealth Youth Games, we have had a stronger relationship with Commonwealth.
Time for the response has ended. Senator Francis, you have supplementals?
No supplementals. Moving on to question number 24 to the Minister of Sport and Community.
Minister of Sport and Community Development.
President, and thank you, Senator, for that question. The funds disbursed through the national governing bodies, individual athletes, and community groups in fiscal 2023-2024 supported their pursuits for personal and professional excellence through their respective sporting disciplines, supported the growth for each sport, and advanced the development of our people and our economy through sport. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development ensures a comprehensive monitoring and evaluation framework, which includes completion reports, on-site monitoring, yearly compliance assessment for national governing bodies, and a tracking process where the ministry monitors the performance of our athletes and the national governing bodies over time. Many athletes supported by these funds have excelled in regional and international competitions. Community and grassroots programs have contributed to developing future talent for national teams. Additionally, national governing bodies have improved their organizational capacity. The ministry remains committed to refining its evaluation processes to maximize the long-term impact of this public investment in sport. Thank you.
Public business, government business, bill second reading.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, now Number 25 of 2020, be now read the second time. This bill has been brought from the other place, where it was debated and amended on Friday, the 15th of November, 2024. The amendments involved a new section and some minor omissions and typographical errors, and are relevant to clauses 5, 7, and 9 of the bill. From the outset, I want to make it clear that this bill is of utmost importance in terms of Trinidad and Tobago's compliance with the standards established by the European Union and the Financial Action Task Force. With the passage of this bill, Trinidad and Tobago aims to achieve, at the very least, a largely compliant rating in FATF Recommendation 35 during its 5th round mutual evaluation, ultimately facilitating our removal from the European Commission's list of high-risk third country jurisdictions identified as having deficiencies in their anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism regimes. These standards are essential for aligning our anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing, and asset recovery frameworks within best practices. I think we all know what FATF is. It's a global watchdog for combating money laundering and terrorist financing. It has 40 members, and it formulates standards that empower national authorities to effectively target unlawful funds associated with drug trafficking, arms smuggling, cybercrime, other serious offenses. 200 countries and jurisdictions, including Trinidad and Tobago, have pledged to adopt FATF standards, creating a unified global front against organized crime, corruption, and terrorism. Now, this bill is critical as the proposed amendments to 8 pieces of legislation will help align Trinidad and Tobago with key FATF standards. The amendments, now this is all highly technical stuff, but the amendments address important recommendations, including Recommendation 8 on non-profit organizations. These are FATF recommendations. Recommendation 22 on customer due diligence for designated non-financial businesses and professions. Recommendation 26 on the regulation and supervision of financial institutions. Recommendation 27 on the powers of supervisors, and Recommendation 35 on sanctions. The bill introduces key reforms that will strengthen our ability to detect and penalize financial misconduct, and introduces administrative monetary fines intended to enhance reporting and compliance with EU requirements. And on an aside, this is a sort of a worldwide trend where these authorities are asking for a combination of criminal sanctions and administrative fines. Reason being efficiency. It's much easier to impose an administrative fine than it is to successfully prosecute a criminal matter, especially in our system. The proposed amendments cover a wide range of areas, including the proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, our financial intelligence units, supervisory function, and it strengthens our securities and insurance legislation. It also includes enhanced oversight for non-profit organizations. It helps civil asset recovery and addresses unexplained wealth matters. Now, the core elements of the bill, as it relates to Trinidad and Tobago commitment to upholding its obligation under FATF, underscore the importance of the bill. So the core elements of this bill underscore its importance as it relates to our commitment to our FATF obligations. Now, FATF standards are recognized globally as the benchmark for preventing, detecting, investigating, and prosecuting financial crimes, specifically money laundering, terrorism financing, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. The amendments before the Senate are necessary to improve Trinidad and Tobago's reputation as a cooperative jurisdiction in the international financial system. In the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, CFATF, fourth round mutual evaluation report, which was published in 2016, Trinidad and Tobago received a partially compliant rating for a particular recommendation, Recommendation 35 of FATF. This recommendation mandates that countries implement criminal, administrative, and civil sanctions, which are effective and proportionate, for breaches of anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism, or AML-CFT, laws and regulations. However, in our third follow-up report in 2019, it was highlighted that while criminal penalties in Trinidad and Tobago were considered proportionate and effective for AML-CFT, the administrative sanctions framework needed to be strengthened. Importantly, it was found that our supervisory authorities lack the power to impose administrative monetary fines on financial institutions and designated businesses for violations. In addition, in 2018, the EU included Trinidad and Tobago on its EU anti-money laundering list. This listing was due to our partially compliant ratings in FATF Recommendation 25, and which pertains to beneficial ownership, and Recommendation 35, which refers to sanctions. We have been told that our removal from the EU high-risk list depends on obtaining stronger ratings for recommendations 25 and 35. So this bill seeks to move us from partially compliant to largely compliant. In 2024, the Global Forum Secretariat conducted a mock assessment to prepare Trinidad and Tobago for its second round peer review on transparency and exchange of information on request. This was completed in October of 2024, this mock assessment. During this assessment, the Global Forum's assessment team noted, in March we did the mock assessment to prepare us, and we completed the actual second round peer review in October of 2024. During the October assessment, the Global Forum told us that Trinidad and Tobago would benefit from implementing a robust administrative monetary fine regime to deter breaches of anti-money laundering regulations. They recommended we prioritize this legislation and bring it to the Global Forum's attention to support our overall rating. It is worth highlighting that the requirements under Recommendation 25, which addresses beneficial ownership, were substantively met by the Miscellaneous Provisions Global Forum Bill, Act 15 of 24, which was proclaimed last month on October 10th. Our fifth round mutual evaluation to assess the country's effective implementation of FATF recommendations, including 25 and 35, is scheduled to commence in the second quarter of 2025. And this is why we must complete this matter as soon as possible. It will begin with a technical compliance questionnaire, followed by an on-site visit from FATF assessors in March of 2026. The bill therefore aims to strengthen existing AML CFT provisions and will assist us to remove Trinidad and Tobago from the EU anti-money laundering list and position us favorably for a positive outcome in the upcoming fifth round mutual evaluation. The practical benefits of the bill are significant, include enhancing the powers of supervisory authorities, assisting local banks in maintaining and expanding their correspondent banking relationships, and this will deal with challenges with higher transaction fees and delays in processing times due to the current situation where there is enhanced scrutiny of correspondent banks as a result of our EU AML listing. The bill will also improve the resilience of our financial sector and will and should attract more international players and certainly more foreign direct investment to the region. This will help to restore confidence or improve confidence in our financial system. Through these measures, the bill not only addresses the challenges identified, but also actively seeks to fortify our financial sector. Going through the bill clause by clause now, it contains 10 clauses. It seeks to amend 8 pieces of legislation. The first clause is the usual title. Second clause, typical commencement clause, provides for commencement of the bill by proclamation at a date and time to be fixed. Clause 3 deals with the Proceeds of Crime Act. It proposes several amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, aimed at strengthening the regulatory framework against money laundering. Firstly, it grants the minister to whom the responsibility for finance is given the authority to establish regulations that set administrative fines for breaches of money laundering regulations. The clause also clarifies that disclosures made about suspicions of money laundering, whether to a police officer or the FIU, will not be considered a violation of confidentiality or other statutory restrictions. Further, the amendment in particular to Section 55A3 of the Proceeds of Crime shortens the reporting period for financial institutions and listing businesses requiring them to submit a report within 5 days, instead of 14, from when they first became aware or reasonably suspected that funds involved in a transaction were linked to criminal activity. Under Section 58E, any ministerial order concerning allocation of funds from that particular fund, proceeds of crime fund, will require a negative resolution of Parliament. This clause also updates the first schedule of the Proceeds of Crime Act by aligning the interpretation of the activity of real estate business with the FATF Recommendation 22 and the corresponding definition provided under the Real Estate Agents Act number 12 of 2020. This clause also refines the term attorney at law, accountant, or other independent legal professional in the first schedule to align with the description of the activities intended to be captured by FATF Recommendation 22. This clause removes the National Lotteries Control Board from the first schedule as a listed business, thereby aligning with Recommendation 22 for greater consistency. Additionally, the activity of gaming and betting control, as defined under the Gambling, Betting and Control Act, is added to the activities described in the first schedule. All of this is to become more consistent with the current FATF regulatory framework. Clause 4 amends the Anti-Terrorism Act, granting the Minister with responsibility for finance the authority to establish regulations that impose administrative fines for breaches of money laundering regulations. Clause 5 deals with Financial Intelligence Unit Act, introduces several amendments to that act aimed at strengthening the FIU's AML, CFT, and CPF supervisory capabilities. And that CPF is proliferation financing. Clause 5D introduces a new section, 18GA, which empowers the FIU to request documents and information from non-regulated financial institutions and listed businesses to assess compliance with our domestic legislation. This provision allows the FIU to conduct off-site and desk-based reviews of non-regulated financial institutions and listed businesses when the circumstances justify such a review. Clause 5C removes redundant language in Section 18G2A, clarifying the FIU's authority to retrieve documentation and information during on-site examinations for AML, CFT, and CPF compliance. Clauses 5A and more specifically 5E introduce a new section 18J designating the FIU as the oversight authority for non-profit organizations. This again aligns with the revised FATF Recommendation 8 and clarifies the FIU's role with respect to non-profit organizations. Clause 5B enhances the FIU's intelligence functions by requiring that any FIU reports related to human trafficking be forwarded to the Ministry of National Security forthwith. In the other place, amendments were approved in respect of this clause. This amendment introduces the new Section 18K in the FIU Act, establishing a new summary offense for knowingly making a misrepresentation in any application, notification, or other document to the FIU. This aims to ensure that any information provided by non-regulated financial institutions, listed businesses, and non-profit organizations to the FIU is accurate and free from misrepresentation. By mandating the submission of truthful and accurate information, the FIU, as the supervisory authority, will now be better equipped to monitor and supervise these entities effectively. The penalties proposed in this new section are consistent with those currently established under the FIU Act. Clause 6, Securities Act. Clause 6 amends Section 14, 51, and 57 of the Securities Act. to address unintended changes made by the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act. And these updates clarify prior amendments and a new provision under subparagraph C, Roman 4, empowers the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission to issue warnings to registrants who fail to comply with the Securities Act or fail to comply with obligations under laws addressing money laundering, terrorism financing, proliferation financing, or any other relevant law. Paragraph D introduces a new section, 156AA, granting the Commission authority to impose administrative penalties for breaches of AML and counter-financing terrorism laws. And there's a common theme here, as you will see in the bill. The Insurance Act is modified by Clause 7. It introduces an exception to the current restriction on disclosing information during the course of duties. It allows individuals connected to registrants to provide witness statements to police officers of superintendent rank or higher, or to the Police Complaints Authority in the course of criminal investigations or proceedings involving police officers. This disclosure will be permitted when requested in writing by the police with the consent of the DPP. Additionally, the clause introduces protection for those making disclosures, stating that it will not be a breach of confidentiality, contract, or law to provide these witness statements. It also ensures that no legal action can be brought against individuals or entities who disclose information in good faith. This amendment enhances the ability to support criminal investigations while protecting those acting within the law, and are consistent with amendments previously made to the Financial Institutions Act. Clause 8 deals with the Non-Profit Organizations Act. It proposes amendments to the Non-Profit Organizations Act by introducing the term oversight authority in line with FATF functional definitions and removing the definition of supervisory authority. It designates the FIU as the oversight authority for non-profit organizations that have been identified as high risk based on an AML, CFT, or CPF risk assessment. Under this clause, the FIU will be responsible for providing oversight and guidance to these non-profit organizations regarding anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and counter-proliferation financing. Again, the oversight will be done using a risk-based approach. The bill also corrects a cross-reference, erroneous cross-reference in Section 28. Now, in 2016, FATF revised Recommendation 8 to clarify that only a particular subset of non-profit organizations identified on a country-by-country basis are vulnerable to terrorist financing and should be subjected to Recommendation 8 requirements. The revisions emphasized a risk-based approach, avoiding a one-size-fits-all approach. However, later on, a 2021 FATF paper highlighted ongoing issues with the proportional and focused implementation of these measures, which were disrupting legitimate NPO activities. What this means is that initially, all non-profit organizations were under the microscope. But FATF has now recognized that you need to use a risk-based approach and be proportional in dealing with non-profit organizations in this way. In 2023, FATF proposed further revisions to improve clarity and consistency in terms of how one needs to deal with non-profit organizations, and stressed the need for targeted, risk-based measures to address terrorist financing risks without hindering legitimate non-profit organization activities. Additionally, NPOs should be subject to oversight, not supervision, which is typically used for a financial institution. So clauses 5 and 8 of the bill correct this situation and align with FATF revisions. Clause 9 deals with the civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, and it addresses the concerns raised by the judiciary regarding the application of Section 31(2) of that particular civil asset recovery legislation. The amendment ensures that cases involving individuals acquitted of an offense or other situations where the DPP deems it appropriate can be referred to the relevant agency for further action. Clause 10 is amendment to the FATF Compliance Act of 2020. Some of the key changes include amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act. It is revised to impose stricter penalties for non-compliance with specific provisions, including fines and custodial sentences. New sections introduce administrative fines and detailed procedures for their application, allowing authorities to issue fines for violations of financial obligations regulations. Provisions for appeals and extensions of time to remedy contraventions are also included. Secondly, Anti-Terrorism Act amendments. Again, refines penalties and administrative fines, aligning them with the Proceeds of Crime Act. It also sets a 7-year statute of limitation for prosecuting offenses. The third key change is amendments to the Financial Intelligence Unit Act. It removes certain provisions related to the imposition of fines, opting instead by direct fines by the FIU for violations by non-regulated financial institutions or businesses. The fourth key change is amendments to the Securities Act, and is simply to correct a reference. Now, this bill, which essentially lays the groundwork for the introduction of administrative monetary fines for breaches related to anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and countering proliferation financing, is a significant step forward and will reinforce Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to adopting global financial integrity standards. The bill is targeted at meeting the stringent recommendations set forth by the Financial Action Task Force and the European Union. It is designed to enhance our regulatory and supervisory frameworks with respect to 3 authorities: the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Central Bank, and the Securities and Exchange Commission. The bill is designed to empower these agencies with the authority to impose proportionate and dissuasive monetary penalties, and is intended to strengthen our regulatory environment. It's intended to promote a culture of compliance, and these fines, administrative fines, are thought to be a robust and flexible tool to penalize non-compliance without the need for lengthy legal proceedings, making enforcement much easier. I mean, we have cases in Trinidad and Tobago that are going on for 20 years. Piaco may never end. So this bill directly addresses prior deficiencies highlighted in our CFATF 4th round mutual evaluation. The establishment of administrative monetary fines will certainly enhance our standing as a country as a trustworthy and transparent financial jurisdiction. It must advance our progression towards full compliance with FATF standards and paves the way for removal of Trinidad and Tobago as a high-risk jurisdiction. With strong enforcement mechanisms in place, we will be aligning ourselves with international best practice, and it will help our national agencies to identify and deal with risks associated with financial crime. Through this bill, Trinidad and Tobago will join the ranks of compliant jurisdictions and send a clear message to all of these regulatory agencies around the world. So as we approach the 5th round mutual evaluation process, it is crucial that Trinidad and Tobago positions itself as a leader in transparency and compliance. And this bill is central to that effort. And as I indicated earlier, it is designed to give us the necessary tools to deal with anti-money laundering, and countering of financing of terrorism. It provides supervisory authorities with an additional enforcement mechanism and will improve the integrity of our domestic financial system. And I can give you an example from overseas. The US Financial Crimes Enforcement Network assessed a record $1.3 billion US penalty against TD Bank for anti-money laundering failures. This was reported on September 20th, 2023 by FinCEN. And that is an example of the use of administrative fines. They did not have to go through the court system. They just dropped a fine on them of $1.3 billion for anti-money laundering. Another significant case is Canada's Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre, FinTrack, which imposed a 7.5 million Canadian penalty on the Royal Bank of Canada for failing to meet anti-money laundering obligations, as reported by Reuters on December 5th, 2023. So I don't think I need to underscore anymore how important this bill is. How much more time do I have, Mr. President?
You finish at 3:18.
Okay, I don't need all of that. I just want to report on the progress we are making with the Global Forum. I am happy to report that on the 7th of November 2024 in Paris, I was able to sign 4 very important conventions or agreements. I signed the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters, the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement on Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information under the Common Reporting Standard for the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information. I signed an addendum to that Common Reporting Standard, and I also signed the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement on the exchange of country-by-country reports for the exchange of country-by-country reports. And I am advised that there's no requirement for us to sign any more agreements. We now have to do the work to show that we are compliant with all of these agreements that we have signed. We also submitted questionnaire and self-review documents to the Forum for Harmful Tax Practices, and we have been advised, based on a review of what we have submitted, that it is quite likely that we will be reported in December by the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices, for harmful tax practices, of no longer being non-compliant. We'll be cleared, and our regime will no longer be deemed to have harmful tax practices. I also sent a representative to the 17th Global Forum plenary meeting, which was held in Paraguay just a few days ago, where a pre-recorded address that I did was shown to 400 delegates from all over the world on Trinidad and Tobago's progress in the international tax community and in terms of the sharing of tax information. Bilateral meetings were also held with the European Union, the chair of the European Union Code of Conduct during this plenary meeting, all geared to get us off the EU list of non-compliant organizations. We're advised that the signing of the treaties that I signed in Paris has placed Trinidad and Tobago on the international map, and we are well on our way of getting off all of these lists of non-cooperative jurisdictions. With those few words, I beg to move, Mr. President.
Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act No. 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act No. 25 of 2020 be now read a second time. Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important piece of legislation, one of the many omnibus bills that are brought before us dealing with this particular area of law, and that is the regulation and supervision of entities which are covered by the anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism regime. Mr. President, these are very significant amendments, and they are very important to Trinidad and Tobago as a country, particularly as we approach the 5th round mutual evaluation. I, in another life, participated in the 4th round mutual evaluation, and so I have a lot of sympathy for the public officers who are facing the 5th round, and that was in 2014, and we're moving into the other one, or 2015, early 2015. We're moving into the 5th round evaluation some 10 years later. And of course, the global standards for anti-money laundering, which countries are required to comply with, are shifting goalposts. So I remember approaching the 4th round mutual evaluation and being faced with a whole avalanche of changes, particularly with the method being used to assess country compliance. And that is when we first experienced as a country the shift away from technical compliance and looking at effectiveness. There was an entirely new set of recommendations. There was an entirely new approach because, of course, as a worldwide body, the Financial Action Task Force is not just interested in the laws that you pass and the laws that you have on your statute books, but how effectively you're using those laws to really deal with money laundering and, combating the financing of terrorism, to ensure that organizations, particularly non-profits and so on, are not abused in order to finance terrorism or to finance the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. So, as a country, these are very important amendments for us. We want to protect our financial services sector. We want to encourage growth and expansion of our financial services sector. And, we want to also, at the same time, balance that requirement and see that growth. We have to balance it with the risk and the risk exposure that it may face because of money laundering. We also want to ensure that any law that we pass, one, cannot lead to abuse, or two, cannot lead to the stymieing of business activity among certain sectors. And I think the minister alluded to it, that previously the manner in which certain recommendations dealing with non-profit organizations, for example, would have been implemented actually hindered the role of non-profit organizations. It was actually being implemented far too stringently, and it's not the fault of any particular country, because as a worldwide body, FATF recognized that that was the requirement, and that is why they refined it. And that's why I say it's always a moving goalpost, because you don't always get it right, and sometimes, and I think even in Trinidad and Tobago right now, a lot of our non-profit organizations are struggling to comply with the implementation of some of these requirements, because of course, every cricket club, when they are trying to register so that they could seek sponsorship and so on under the, and incorporate as a non-profit company, they are being faced with a host of requirements that they have to comply with. And that really is not the intention of these pieces of legislation, and this is not the intention of FATF standards. And that is why they call for what we call the risk-based approach. So as a whole, as a country, every country must look at its area of risk, and you must tailor your laws to ensure that they address your highest area of risk, but you must also tailor your implementation of the laws to ensure that you are targeting your highest area of risk. Because it's very easy, and I think that some countries do this in order to get off of grey lists and blacklists and so on. You target the low-hanging fruit. You target the easiest set of charges that you could make. And it's very easy to do that because money laundering is as simple as I see Senator Mark's phone here, and I pick it up. And I know it was worth $5,000, I'm just saying. But I can sell it to Senator Lyder and say, Senator Lyder, I'll give it to you. You just give me $4,000 and you can do whatever you want with it. Just don't tell anybody you get it from me. Senator Lyder and I have both just engaged in money laundering. It is that simple. It is as simple as I have stolen something, I have converted it, and somebody has collaborated with me. They have aided and abetted me in the theft, and they have helped me to now have cash in my hand that I can use, that I can spend. That is how easy money laundering is. And we are really, as a country, we want to be able to target the high-level money laundering cases. We want to show that we are going after the higher level of breaches of our money laundering laws so that we can show that we are effective. And the opposition always supports good law that will assist Trinidad and Tobago with meeting our international obligations. None of us want to see Trinidad and Tobago go back onto a light gray or dark gray list because we have spent some time there and we came off of it. We went back on for a little while and we are off of the list again. And so we make our comments and our observations hoping to contribute to the strengthening of this regime, continuous strengthening of this regime, because that is in the best interest of all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And as I said before, ensuring that we can do business, that we can attract business, and that at the same time protect our financial system and other types of business activity that may be targets for, easy targets for money laundering. When we talk about the designated non-financial businesses and professions, these are certain areas of activity that are considered high risk or susceptible to be used by persons who want to launder money. And I'll keep just saying money laundering, but of course I'm talking about all the types of activities we're dealing with: money laundering, financing of terrorism, and proliferation financing for weapons of mass destruction. But in the interest of time, it's money laundering. And our designated financial businesses and professions have struggled to really, I think, meet all of the requirements, and I don't think there's still up to now enough of an understanding on their level of what they are required to do. The risk-based approach that we are seeking to put in this legislation at a country level also has to be applied by every single entity that is going to be supervised, and it's difficult for a supervisor to teach some of these businesses and professions how they must go about conducting business in a manner that they don't make it too difficult for people to do. And all of these things are going to be assessed as we go down the road and as we go into the 5th round mutual evaluation, because your effectiveness as a supervisor is not just about how many sanctions you impose, or not just about how many warning letters you issue, or not just about how many people you have registered. It's also about the people who are doing business outside of your scope of supervision because they haven't registered, and what mechanisms you have in place to capture those people and to bring them under the regulations or to penalize them for not registering. And we have those laws and those sanctions in place already since 2012, I believe. We had put those sanctions into the law. But are we really doing it? And do we have the sufficient resources to get it done? We suffer terribly from an implementation deficit when it comes to some of the laws that we pass in this parliament. And it is really not, it feels sometimes like you aren't using the full power of the law simply because people don't understand how to use it. They are not using it effectively. We are not investing enough in resources for some of our agencies, and that is where we tend to run into some problems. So I heard the Minister of Finance say that within strong enforcement mechanisms in place, he's confident that we will be removed from the list. Well, can the Minister say how strong our enforcement mechanisms have been? How many convictions have we been able to secure in relation to money laundering in this country under the Proceeds of Crime Act? And many of those cases have been brought when they relate to a predicate offense. So it is public knowledge, the first money laundering charge that was brought in this country was in relation to a scam related to a cruise. Someone took money, it was a common charge of fraud, and that person was also charged for money laundering because the money that they fraudulently obtained from people, they then converted it into something else and purchased cars or property or something of the sort. And by doing that, we made a money laundering charge. But there are much more complex cases of money laundering taking place, and we have to understand, are we showing as a country that we have these strong enforcement measures in place by bringing charges before the court? And what FATF is looking for is not just that you're supervising or that you are enforcing your regulations and your laws, but they are also looking to ensure that you can prosecute persons who are in breach of your laws, and that you can have secure convictions. And by those means, you will be able to, therefore, show that as a country you're treating with the risk of money laundering. And of course, you must be able to demonstrate, and I know we had a national risk assessment, but you must be able to demonstrate that you are really focusing your efforts on the areas identified as the highest risk. So in his winding up, perhaps if the minister could tell us a little bit more about the last national risk assessment. I think there's another one ongoing now, but he needs to tell us what are the most critical, high-risk areas for money laundering that we face as a country, and how the government intends to implement the strong enforcement mechanisms that he himself has spoken about, so that going into our fifth round mutual evaluation, we can show and we can put our best foot forward and show that we are actually doing this the way it's intended to be. Trinidad and Tobago will face serious consequences if we aren't able to show that we are compliant. But it's not just a matter of blacklisting, and I hear people talking about you can't use your credit card, although nowadays, I mean, credit card didn't really work that much anyway because of the limits being imposed on you. But, there are within the financial service sector and banking and correspondent banking relationships and so on, there are consequences. But there's a broader context to this, and that is the context of everyday crime. Because there are really only two motivations for crime. One is lust, or what we call crimes of passion, or people who are mentally driven by some motive related to emotions, an emotional response, or crimes related to money. And if you are able to really seriously take and clamp down on that money issue, you will see the ripple effect in terms of crime. You will see the effect in terms of murders, kidnapping, robberies, home invasions, all of it. Because if a man cannot come into your house with a gun and take your jewelry and easily be able to convert it into quick cash to do whatever he wants with it, because you have strict money laundering regulations in place and you are implementing and enforcing those things, you limit the amount of home invasions, you limit the amount of robberies. When I literally dropped my baby off at my mother-in-law's home today, lunchtime, on Superior Street in San Fernando. 5 minutes after I drove off, a man ran towards a woman right in front of a business on Superior Street and snatched her handbag. She was on her way to the bank. Wow. And it was so, I literally just looked at the footage on my phone, and I was showing it to Senator John. And the fact of the matter is that whatever cash that person got today, he has to have a way to spend it. He has to have some way to get it into the system. He wants to buy something. It may not be that much he will spend in the grocery, the hardware, whatever it is. But on a larger scale, people who are doing this as a way of life, if we have proper customer due diligence in place, for example, and you can actually track what these people are buying, what they are using this money for, you can actually eliminate the number of incidents like that. Or you can, not eliminate, but you can cut down on the number of incidents that can happen, something like that. And so there's a wider impact for members of our society if we can really properly implement these these mechanisms. Let me just get into a couple observations about the bill, and there are a couple of things that, as I said, even when we support legislation and we support the spirit and the need for it, and we understand the need for it, we may still have certain concerns that we wish to raise, and it doesn't mean that we are not supportive of the overall thrust and drive as a country to get these things passed, but it's our duty to, of course, try to make the legislation as strong as possible. The Minister of Finance pointed to the shortening of the time frame under the Proceeds of Crime Act to file a suspicious transaction report. Now, I understand on the one hand, and this is where the balancing comes in, I understand on the one hand that you don't want too much time to pass between financial institution or anybody else, one of the listed businesses, having the suspicion of money laundering and filing the reports with the FIU. But it's not just a matter of, I suspect this person, this transaction is suspicious in some way and maybe linked to money laundering, and therefore I want to fill out a one-sheet thing and file that report. There's a whole process that these financial institutions and listed businesses are required to do. You must actually look at the transaction, request further information, examine your customer due diligence information, ask for clarification from your customer, for example. So I'm sure many of us, because we are all classified as politically exposed persons under this law, so I'm sure many of us that from time to time you go to the bank and they ask you some extra questions because they are required to clarify the nature of the transaction and they want to make sure the documentation is in order. So there's a process that has to go into determining whether or not you want to file a suspicious transaction report or suspicious activity report. And so I just want some clarification from the minister as to whether the shortening of the time from 14 days to 5 days, whether that is something that came out of one of our follow-up reports with FATF when they were assessing our laws, whether they recommended that, or what was the motivation, because he didn't get into it, he just mentioned that that's what the section did. Because what we don't want to have, and I saw it happening early on when we started to implement this regime, where you had people just filing for filing's sake. So no entity that is being regulated, no bank, no credit union, no lawyer, for example. And I can tell you, I speak to many of my colleagues, and I ask them, I say, you ever filed, certain things with your conveyancing transactions and so on, because I do some training and so on for lawyers who are under this regime. And all of them say, well, I just filed one or two, so that if I say I filed something, and they wouldn't come and harass me. And that's not what you want. You don't want people filing for filing's sake. You want to make sure that when they file, that they have thoroughly investigated, analyzed the transaction, that they have collected all of the relevant information, they have sought clarification where necessary, and they determine that this is a legitimate, suspicious transaction, and we would like the FIU to go forward and do it. And all of this is part of your risk-based approach, because if you're just filing for filing's sake, and then you overwhelm the FIU, who are required by law to then look at the transaction and analyze it and take action later on down the road. So the shortening of that time period, I just want to ask a little bit more about that. In terms of refining the definitions of the listed businesses in the first schedule of the Proceeds of Crime Act, I have no difficulty with that. We have updated that schedule now to treat with the fact that our gambling activities will now come under the Gambling and Control Act, and so that's really sort of a cleanup. Let me treat with a couple of things that have to do with the FIU, and I want to make specific reference in this law to the ability of the FIU, and sorry, it's easier for me to read from my notes than to read the bill, because of course these bills and the amount of sections that are amended, it's sometimes difficult to read. But it's a specific section that deals with the ability of the FIU to demand books and records and so on to ensure compliance. Now the FIU, and for the benefit of the public and maybe others in here who may not be so familiar with it, you have two functions within the FIU. They are functioning as the receiver of the intelligence and the suspicious transaction reports. They have to analyze them, and they have to do further investigations and so on, and determine whether there's something you want to pass on to law enforcement and say, go and investigate this person. So they can receive a suspicious transaction report from an attorney who can say that, listen, I know this person, I see what their job description is, I have no idea how they could have afforded to buy this $5 million property, and they are paying, I believe the property is valued a lot more, and I am going to file a suspicious transaction report because I believe there's something amiss in this situation, and therefore they want to investigate it. They can then forward it on to the TTPS to investigate. The Financial Investigations Bureau of the TTPS will investigate it. But on the flip side of that now, the FIU is also the supervisory authority for a number of institutions. And it's not just those professionals like lawyers and accountants and the jewelers and real estate and so on. They are also functioning as a supervisory authority for some non-regulated financial institutions. To this day, credit unions, for the purposes of anti-money laundering, fall under the remit of the FIU, who are their supervisors. So in terms of their internal processes and so on, and how they maintain their books, their records, how they collect customer due diligence, whether they are consistently applying those standards and so on, it is the FIU who must go in and check those things. So while the FIU must receive things from you and information from you and analyze, they can also come in and look at your methods behind what you are doing. And the ability of the FIU to request information on the analytical side of things has a particular process that they must go through. There's a very specific process that they have to go through. In some cases, they can request information from banks, but just by way of a simple request. But there are also cases where they must have judicial authority to do so in the form of a warrant. They must go to the court and ask for an order. And the production orders that the FIU are empowered to get, they must fit within certain parameters. The concern that we have on this side is really this. We do not want to empower an organization, and I make no, I cast no aspersions whatsoever on the men and women who are the specific office holders. I'm speaking in very general terms of an organization, any organization that is empowered under legislation to do something. You must guard against abuse of power. And you don't want to empower an organization to be able to make demands to access people's books and records, which may contain sensitive information, sensitive data about their customers and so on, or people who they are doing business with. And they are able to do so without any sort of judicial oversight. But what they end up doing is using it for something that they should have gone on the analytical side to do. And let me just give a very brief explanation, and I'll make reference to something that occurred, and I thought it was very unfortunate, and it ought not to have happened in this jurisdiction. And that is the case where certain firearm dealers took the FIU to court and said that the FIU was requesting their personal financial information without ever having received a suspicious transaction report. And Madam Justice Robertson ruled in July of this year that it was, in fact, a breach of the law for the FIU to do that. So, Mr. President, seeing that we have had an instance where, without on the analytical side, the FIU actually receiving any report to trigger its investigation, for want of a better word, or its analysis, or its need to acquire information. And this is part of a much broader, which we don't have time to get into, but a much broader scheme that has been taking place in this country with respect to licensed firearm dealers and audits and all of that. But the FIU became implicated in this, and that certainly does not bode well for Trinidad and Tobago as a country going into the 5th round mutual evaluation. It should have never happened, and I dare say that it, truly is something that I hope this government pays attention to and ensures it doesn't happen in the future. But what we are seeing now is that they are broadening the scope of power for the FIU to go into specific businesses and request information. How do you balance? It's almost like you got caught doing something you shouldn't have done, so now I'm giving you more power to do a little bit more of the same thing that you shouldn't have been doing and that you were found that you should not have been doing in July. I don't know if that matter is on appeal. I'm stating up front, but I would be guided if it is. But as it stands right now, and I want to quote from this particular, it is page 34 of this judgment, CV 2022-04620, between a popular name, Mr. Brent Thomas, and the a constitutional matter brought against the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. And what the judge really found is that when you look at the intention of Parliament and the powers that Parliament intended to give to the FIU, said it is to be noted, and this is, I'm from page 34, I'm reading with your leave, Mr. President. It is to be noted that none of the above-mentioned provisions support a general position that a request by the FIU to a financial institution or listed business in respect of accounts ought to be made without there being a concern of there being some suspicious activity which breaches or is likely to breach the law. Differently stated, a request in the absence of a SAR, suspicious activity report, or suspicious transaction report does not further any of the above-mentioned functions of the FIU, save when the FIU is operating under the FIU's monitoring of compliance with any written law, securing compliance with any written law. So, broadening their scope of access to documents in the context of what transpired here is just an area of concern. I'm not saying that it is not proper, but I'm saying that if that power is abused and it is susceptible to being abused, it can seriously hurt our image in terms of our supervision of our financial institutions and listed businesses as a country, because the FIU is at the core of our fight against money laundering and is at the core of our drive to implement the FATF standards. So we would suggest that that provision and those powers be looked at more carefully, and that perhaps some it be refined, because the language used in the bill is exceptionally broad in terms of what they have access to. So I think that we should further refine those sections, make it very specific in terms of fulfilling the role of a compliance supervisor, what you can have access to, because we don't want these provisions to be used as a way to get around this judgment. That's the simple submission, please, Mr. Vice President. And so that is the concern that we raise with respect to that. Clause 7, with respect to the confidentiality obligations under the Insurance Act. These, again, we had this challenge with the Board of Inland Revenue and their confidentiality provisions and information sharing, and we've had challenges. I think it was in our Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs. We heard about the challenges that law enforcement have in terms of obtaining statements and witness statements from law enforcement, or they have to go to the institutions to get the witness statements. And so these provisions are seeking to make it easier for law enforcement to get witness statements and to not hold any, or to not open persons up who work particularly in the financial services sector to the risk of liability as long as they act in good faith. But they breach confidentiality provisions. It's a very tricky particular section, again, because of course you want to balance the rights of persons who do business with the financial services sector. You're encroaching upon their privacy, and I'm just red flagging it again for the benefit of the government, because I'm here to help. I'm red flagging it that when people have, I'm always here to help, and I'm always trying to be helpful.
But they need help
and yes, they do, and I'll get to that. They need a lot of help, but
we will help them out the door.
You have a right to privacy under the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, and that may extend to when you choose or you opt to do business with a particular insurance company. And this piece of legislation is essentially saying to the insurance company that you're not bound to the confidentiality provisions that you contractually enter into with a customer, and that you can provide the information because you need it for anti-money laundering purposes. Is there a constitutional issue there? I don't know. I would think that the government should really give some serious consideration to that when you're looking at your privacy issues and asking entities, private companies, private financial institutions to do those things. What I would suggest, or what I would think would happen, and perhaps the prudential supervisor would have to do, is that they would have to ensure that all contracts of insurance or something like that contain a clause that says that your general right to privacy and confidentiality of information would not be covered by these things if it is to comply with anti-money laundering laws and regulations, if that isn't already so. So I just flag it as one particular issue that popped out at me in terms of our privacy, the privacy concerns that can be raised. Now, with respect to the issue of sanctions and recommendation 35, all of us would look at television. If you watch Netflix, for example, Billions, they show Billions. It deals a lot with securities and trading and the stock exchange and all of that. And you always see about the SEC imposing heavy administrative fines. In fact, when you have a very mature financial services sector and a very active stock exchange and traders and brokers and all of that, they're more afraid of the SEC than the police. Because as a federal body, the SEC can impose very hefty fines. In Trinidad and Tobago, our central bank and our Securities and Exchange Commission have long been empowered under the Securities Act and under the Financial Institutions Act, the Insurance Act, and so on, to impose fines and penalties, administrative fines and penalties, as the prudential supervisors for those particular areas. what we are doing now and what we really should do, and I think it may have been an oversight before, is to empower those two bodies to also impose sanctions, administrative fines, and penalties for breaches of the anti-money laundering laws and regulations. And I've noted in some places there's references to guidelines. I think that's a little bit sketchy because I think the nature of a guideline as a whole, you have to look at it very carefully, and we recently had case law coming out of the COVID-19 regulations and guidelines where the Privy Council examined specifically whether a guideline went beyond the remit of the regulation to provide more than just guidance and whether there was sufficient legal certainty and so on. I tend to not agree that you should have sanctions, whether they are criminal, civil, or administrative penalties in relation to guidelines, because a guideline is meant to be just that, a guideline. And if there is something that is specific that you breach and that you should be penalized for, the requirement of legal certainty in criminal law requires that that should be put into some form of regulation, and that is my general belief. So I think that the references to guidelines here could be a bit dangerous and again can lead to uncertainty. But in terms of the imposition of penalties for breaches of the law, the FIU is set up very differently from the Securities Exchange Commission and the Central Bank. And I think, again, it raises a bit of a concern because both those bodies, they have a board of directors, and then you have management and you have staff. And the supervision of the entities that fall under them, so in the case of the central bank, banks and insurance companies and money remittance companies and so on, the SEC, the brokers, the traders, the investment advisors and so on, you have a distinction between the person imposing the penalty and the person conducting the supervision. So, for example, you have the staff of a compliance unit who will go out there, who might find that there's something wrong, you have a process, a graduated process of enforcement where you would issue warning letters, you may do certain things, you can, try to work out with them, you can impose penalties, and a lot of times there's a lot of negotiation, and you will impose a penalty, and then they'll agree to pay the fine for what they have done. But at the end of the day, the ultimate decision as to what penalty is to be imposed lies with a board that is appointed that sits above and is separate and apart from the management and staff of the commission. And that's important because they are exercising essentially a quasi-judicial function. The FIU isn't set up like that. The FIU, although it has a director and it has its own piece of legislation, they are just like a division or a unit within a ministry. So there's no distinction between the work that is being done in terms of supervision by the FIU and the person who must ultimately impose the sanction. And that can also be problematic because at the end of the day, whether a sanction being imposed is criminal or civil or administrative in the form of a penalty, you must have due process. You must afford persons due process. It cannot be that, and particularly when you're dealing with compliance, which in many cases is very subjective. Issues of compliance with AML, CFT laws and regulations is something as simple as, I don't believe you have thoroughly assessed the level of risk exposure that you have when you're doing business at this particular outlet of your organization. Because you haven't taken into account that the location, you haven't taken into account the type of clientele that you deal with at this particular branch, and so on and so forth. And these things are very, very subjective. So when you have the staff of the compliance unit within an FIU making those judgments and determining that, okay, you have failed to comply with the requirement to thoroughly conduct a risk assessment, and the entity is saying, that's not true. We have thoroughly done it. We have assessed the risk, and we have determined that the policies and procedures that we have put in place are sufficient. Who makes the determination? Who decides whether there should be sanctions? Is it the same FIU? That cannot be fair. It cannot be fair, and it can be open to a number of challenges, and I don't know how going into an assessment how we can justify these concerns, because part of the mutual evaluation assessment that will be conducted next year is that they don't just listen to what the central bank and the FIU and the TTSEC and ministries and so on have to say, and the technocrats. They meet with representatives from all of these agencies. So they will have a handful of jewelers, they will have a handful of attorneys, they might have a handful of accountants or a representative from ICAT coming to meet with them and discuss it. And they may very well say, but listen, this same FIU that comes in and determines whether or not, and reviewing our compliance program and looking at our documents and so on, they are the ones saying to us they want us to change something, and now they are the ones deciding what type of sanction they are going to impose upon us. And I think that really and truly, if we are to have a proper regime that, you know, abides by the rule of law and that really has respect for how you know, the imposition of sanctions is supposed to work, we need to look at a restructuring of the FIU, because in order for them to...
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. In order for them to carry out their compliance obligations, specifically as they relate to Recommendation 35 and the imposition of sanctions, which is very important, is one of the critical areas that we need to address if we want to ensure that we are given a largely compliant rating when it comes to the next round of evaluations. We have to look at restructuring that compliance side of the FIU, perhaps maybe hiving it off into a separate agency that will regulate the designated non-financial businesses, so that, or maybe just setting them up a little bit differently and modeling them in a way that the other prudential supervisors like the TTSEC and the central bank are set up, so that you have a little bit more of that independence on the part of the TTSEC. I always remember being told that one of the reasons why there's a very specific requirement under the Securities Act as to how the board is to be constituted, and that you must have an attorney at law with a certain number of years of experience and so on and so forth, is because of that quasi-judicial function that they carry out. Anybody who fails to file a material change notice in the newspaper, as you're required to do under the Securities Act, you can be sanctioned, and it is the board of TTSEC that will determine if a sanction should be imposed upon you, what the penalty should be, and so on. And they are collecting the fines and all of that. So all of these things, they work well in other countries. I think we have to look a little bit further. FinCEN and FinTrack, which are the Canadian and American versions of an FIU, also exercise supervisory functions to an extent, FinTrack in particular in Canada, and they impose administrative fines and penalties. But in those jurisdictions, when you're set up as a federal body, you enjoy a certain amount of insulation. You are... just like the SEC in the United States, you have a separation in terms of the staff and so on. So you don't want to have that sort of, relationship between the accuser and the person imposing the penalty. It is like in criminal law. You can't have the prosecution and the judiciary being the same person and judging a defendant. It seems ridiculous, but that is essentially what it may amount to if you have the FIU imposing administrative sanctions. And although administrative sanctions seem to be a lot less stringent than criminal law sanctions, you still have to abide by the requirement to have due process and fairness built into that procedure. Very briefly, I just want to make one comment, and it is in relation to licensing. Apart from administrative sanctions and those fines and penalties to strengthen our system, the revocation of licenses for anyone who breaches our anti-money laundering laws, I think, is a very important step for us to take as a country. Currently, there are many persons who are covered by our anti-money laundering laws who aren't licensed by the FIU, or they aren't licensed by one of the core bodies that are participating in the particular, in this particular regime. The Real Estate Act, whenever it comes on board, we will have to have licensed real estate agents and so on. But for now, the most the FIU can do if someone who is a real estate agent isn't complying with the regulations to have their compliance programs, to collect customer due diligence information, to file SDRs, to conduct enhanced due diligence, and so on and so forth. The most they can do is write letters, so on. And now, well, if this law is implemented, when it's implemented, they can impose a financial sanction. But you can't stop the person from doing business. And we have to reach the stage as a country where we can find people who are engaged in and enabling money laundering and take them out of the sector altogether and remove them. The TTSEC can do it because they have to actually license a broker-dealer or an investment advisor. Central Bank has to grant a license to a financial institution. So I think that the time has come where that's the next step, the next stage that we must get to. Jewelers, real estate agents, money lenders, they are granted license to conduct business through the magistrate's court. And the process really has absolutely no room, and it has never incorporated into it a method of assessing whether or not these persons are compliant. So it may very well be that as a first step, we need to have persons produce to whichever authority is licensing them, if any at all, when they go to renew their license, produce some sort of letter that they are largely compliant with the law, but that is the only way that we will really clamp down on people being on these specific areas of vulnerability to our anti-money laundering sector. So with those few words, Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Dr. Paul Richards. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity to make what I hope will be a short contribution to this bill before us, which is presented by the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Minister of Finance. My contribution will take the form of more questions than statements, and seeking clarity in some of the issues. It's, as the Minister said, and Senator Lutchmedial, an important piece of legislation seeking to amend 8 major pieces of legislation on the journey to getting Trinidad Tobago hopefully more compliant with Global Forum and FATF and CFATF, etc. I took a look at the Parliament website because I was trying to remember and be accurate in how many times the Honourable Minister of Finance has come before us before to amend legislation and on the journey to us becoming and remaining compliant. And I have to say that I got lost in the number of contributions the Minister of Finance makes. The list was exorbitant. And that's incomplete. Okay. Well, let's just say those who say we don't work, they need to take a look at that Parliament website as parliamentarians. But one of the challenges I had, and I'll say it plainly, is that, of course, the loath in my soul is omnibus legislation, but I understand the efficiency in this because it is with the same aim in mind, and they are related in that way. But when you have to exercise due diligence in preparing for these sort of omnibus bits of legislation without the might of the Ministry of Finance and the might of the Office of the Attorney General on your side, it's a bit more onerous, particularly for the 9 benches on this side, who I don't presume have the kind of resources that the Honourable Minister of Finance and the Attorney General may have at their disposal, or anyone else for that matter. In addition to that, to get a context for making the presentation, I took a look at the FIUTT's report, which was laid by the Honourable Minister in March of this year, which gave us a sense of suspicious transactions and suspicious activities to make some comparisons. So I'm hoping that one of the things the Honourable Minister of Finance can do, because it was not lost on me when he wraps up, is that he said that this suite of changes, amendments, will put us in good standing. So, which is a deviation from what he would have said before, that we would have been on the way. So I'm presuming that when we get the 5th round assessment, it will put us in good standing and we'll be firmly in the realm of complete compliance. Although I know it's a consistent assessment and as the time goes on. One of the areas of course, my focus is the NPO sector, which fortunately now, through these amendments, is now moving to a realm where it's not all the NPOs that are now going to be as regulated as before, because I think it's very confusing to them, the NPO sector in Trinidad and Tobago, to have had since 2019 the added burden, though for good cause, of having to, 1, register, which is a good thing, and 2, become compliant with a number of pretty onerous requirements to avoid running afoul of the law. And just to give you a sense of the level of scrutiny that they're under now, looking at the Financial Intelligence Unit report of March, laden report of March 2024, 307 NPOs submitted risk assessment questionnaires received for the reporting period, I do believe 22 to 23. Of the 307, 12 of those have gross annual income of over TT $500,000, which falls within the reporting structure as identified by FATF in Clause 8 of the bill. FATF's functional definition of an NPO is one with a gross annual income exceeding $500,000 and who have been identified at risk as pursuant to AML, CFT, CPT, sector risk assessment, or national risk assessment. So of the 307 NPOs, 12 fall within that category, and I guess will fall under the realm that the Honourable Minister described as now susceptible or subject to oversight as opposed to regulation. And of those 307, 28 NPOs conducted cross-border transactions and were affiliated with NPOs in other countries, which I'm presuming put them at additional risk because of that circumstance. Four had more than one branch, and 202 of the NPOs, according to the FIU's report, performed activities which fell under FATF's NPO definitions. So coming out of that, my question that I hope the Honourable Minister can answer is, because we've now gone to a supervisory regime for those falling under the category of over 500,000 gross annual income, who is doing the risk assessment? What agency for those? Because we've gone to a risk-based regime, if I understand it correctly, and of those that do not fall in the realm of above 500,000, how are we supervising or regulating those? Because by my understanding, when we passed the 2019 legislation, and as we know globally, NPOs have been one of the conduits through persons seeking to launder money and or finance terrorism, have consistently done so, hence the regime around the world has tightened regarding them. So if the Minister could add some clarity to that in terms of the structures for that sort of supervision. Is it the FIU or is it some sort of competent authority? And if we could identify that. One of the concerns I also have, I know the Honourable Minister focused a lot on recommendation 35 in the FATF's quite voluminous risk list of recommendations. But I have a deep concern in our environment out of FATF's recommendation 22, which spoke to designated non-financial businesses and professions, which means, and at A is listed casinos. And because we don't have gambling-specific legislation, I think we're at great risk, because if you pull up again the Financial Intelligence Unit's report. Please, Minister.
Thank you very much. With respect to the non-profit organizations, it's quite clear in Clause 8 of the bill that the Financial Intelligence Unit will be the oversight authority and will be responsible for oversight and guidance to non-profit organizations and also deal with the risk assessment. So it's the FI. Okay?
Thank you. And just for clarity, and that is for only those above 500,000 gross threshold, or will it be for the ones that also fall under that to make sure that they do not slip under the radar and become malfeasant?
They are the oversight authority for all.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Right. Yes. Moving on to the area of concern identified is the issue of, as recommendation 22 indicates in the FATF's list of recommendations, the issue of casinos. Because when you pull up the FIU's report of 2024, 950 suspicious transaction reports or suspicious activity reports for the reporting period were received. The FIU's report indicated an 867% increase in submissions from financial companies, and a 250% increase in submissions from private members' clubs. And that means 250% increase in suspicious transaction reports or suspicious activity reports from members' clubs, and a 25% increase in STRs and SARs in motor vehicle sales, 21% decrease, which is good news, in the banking sector, which obviously because of the strict regulation that goes into the financial banking sector in Trinidad and Tobago. However, a 55% increase from corporate societies. Given this information, my question to the Honourable Minister is, how are we, or is this scenario regarding casinos or private members club affecting our compliance ratings and our assessment in any significant way? Because I'm presuming if we have an unregulated gambling sector in Trinidad and Tobago, that opens us up to all sorts of scenarios. Absolutely.
Very much, and I thank you very much for allowing me to answer questions as they go along. We are aiming to proclaim the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Act within the next month or so, and that will make us compliant. Right now, we're not operational. It is currently being operationalized. Consultations have been held. They're fleshing out the organization, and we aim to proclaim by the end of December or early January. That makes us compliant.
Well, let us clearly answer that question, because that would have been a great concern for me in the scenario of terrorist financing opportunities and also money laundering, which unregulated casino jurisdictions or gambling jurisdictions are a big vulnerability across the world. Finally, fortunately, the Minister has been able to answer that question for me. While that is being done, and we focused intensely on NPOs in Trinidad and Tobago, which by and large have been a sector that has done so much good in the country. And I promised Senator Vera I wouldn't say this, but I will say it anyway. We have a situation, and I have no empirical evidence, where it's a good thing that the Minister has indicated that the gambling regulations and laws will be fully operationalized, hopefully by the end of the year into next year. Across the east-west corridor, it is quite well known anecdotally that there are way substitutes to playway, etc. Some suggest in excess of what NLCB is, the registered legal body, is exercising in this country. And if the information that anecdotally is available is true, and the amount of illegal or unauthorized gambling that is suspected to be taking place, because you can walk into several establishments across the east-west corridor and in central and south Trinidad and see numbers on boards with figurines and symbols that we all know what they're about. We cannot bury our heads in the sand about it. Which we know is illegal gambling, which we know in this country is substitute for playway and wayway, which we know is money lending, which we know could be facilitating money laundering. And we don't seem to be placing a lot of emphasis on that in Trinidad and Tobago. It's almost like if, when it's happening, we accept it. And if we are placing this much emphasis on NPOs and the gambling and gaming industry and regulating that, I think it is a dereliction of duty for us as a parliament and as a state not to deal decisively with that, because it exists and it is dangerous, particularly in the realm of what it can be facilitating and the impact it can have. As Senator Lutchmedial says, it's one thing to pass laws and amend laws. It's another thing to make sure you look at the environment and you see where there are gaps which may be facilitating the very things that we're trying to circumvent in these bills. So I'm hoping that the government take a look at that and deal with it decisively, either in the operationalization of the Gaming and Gambling Act of Trinidad and Tobago or through some other mechanism, because I think while we plug one hole, we may be allowing a sluice gate to open on the other side. So I'm hoping that can be dealt with decisively, and the Minister can give us some information as he wraps up this debate today. And if you can also identify, finally, there's a lot of emphasis placed on high risk. You also identified, fortunately, thank you, Minister, that the FIU is the designated authority to do the risk assessment. If you could give us a sense of what kind of parameters will indicate what entails a high risk NPO that falls within the category or not. And with those few words, Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Vice President, beg your pardon, for the opportunity to speak on this very important bill, the bill before us, entitled the Miscellaneous Provisions, Proceeds of Crime, Anti-Terrorism, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Securities, Insurance, Non-Profit Organizations, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management, and Unexplained Wealth and Miscellaneous Provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024. A bill, Mr. Vice President, which amends 8 pieces of existing legislation with 10 clauses and was passed with amendments in the other place on Friday, the 15th of November, 2024. Mr. Vice President, my contribution today will serve to emphasize the pilot of the Honorable Minister of Finance, whose remarks I commend. I will today highlight key aspects of the bill to underscore the importance, and in particular, in relation to Trinidad and Tobago's obligations for implementing the Financial Action Task Force international standards. As this chamber is aware, those standards are a global benchmark for preventing, detecting, investigating, and prosecuting financial crimes, in particular, money laundering and the financing of terrorism and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. These 8 pieces of legislation which we seek to amend today, Mr. Vice President, include those mentioned in the very title to the bill, already named by the Honorable Minister of Finance, and I'm not going to repeat those names seriatim. Mr. President, by way of introduction, the FATF is the global AML, anti-money laundering, CFT, counter-financing terrorism, standard-setting body, which develops and promotes worldwide standards for combating money laundering and terrorist financing. I need not elaborate given the comprehensive remarks already given to this august chamber by the Honorable Minister of Finance. Complying with FATF recommendations, Mr. Vice President, is crucial for maintaining a safe, secure, and transparent international and national financial system, strengthening our economy, protecting our citizens, and contributing to global efforts to combat financial crime and terrorism. This piece of legislation in the form of the bill before the House, Mr. Vice President, is a result of an ongoing hands-on technical assistance effort between our national organizations and with assistance from international bodies such as the Global Forum on Tax Transparency, the European Union, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the FATF. Mr. Vice President, it should be noted that in addition to adhering to the FATF obligations, the EU list of non-cooperative jurisdictions for tax purposes underscores the ongoing efforts to mitigate risks associated with jurisdictions that present significant challenges in their regulatory frameworks. By maintaining and updating such a list, the EU and its partners aim to promote transparency, accountability, and compliance with international standards, thereby protecting the integrities of their financial institutions and ensuring a safer international economic environment. And countries included in this list may lack robust anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing measures, posing risks not only to their own economies, but also to the global financial system. So that being in compliance with FATF Recommendation 35 serves as a critical tool to demonstrate Trinidad and Tobago's commitment against financial crime, enhancing cooperation and vigilance among nations within the international sphere. Mr. Vice President, the bill before us today will go a long way, as the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Minister of Finance has already pointed out, in ensuring that Trinidad and Tobago is compliant, and in particular, compliant with FATF Recommendation 8, non-profit organizations, FATF Recommendation 22, designated non-financial business and professional customer due diligence, Recommendation 26, regulation and supervision of financial institutions, Regulation 27, powers of supervisors, and Regulation 35, sanctions. And we are particularly concerned, as I will demonstrate shortly, with Recommendation 35 on sanctions. Mr. Vice President, as mentioned in the other House, Trinidad and Tobago is currently preparing for its 5th round mutual evaluation process by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, commencing in 2025, a matter of mere weeks, with an on-site visit in March 2026. And the FATF Secretariat has confirmed that Trinidad and Tobago will be the first country to enter the 5th round mutual evaluation process and present its mutual evaluation report no later than the 31st of December 2026. This process, Mr. Vice President, will assess the effectiveness of Trinidad and Tobago's AML-CFT measures and evaluate its technical compliance with FATF's 40 recommendations and 11 immediate outcomes. Mr. President, I have the honor to lead a very strong Trinidad and Tobago FATF team for the important 4th round 59th plenary taking place in Jamaica next week, attended by FATF countries, and where we will be welcoming the United States of America to FATF membership for the first time. This assessment process, Mr. Vice President, will be an extremely rigorous, more results-oriented process focusing on specific actions to tackle money laundering, terrorist financing, and the financing of weapons of mass destruction. Senator Lutchmedial spoke to implementation of the legislative sweep that this composite miscellaneous provisions bill is seeking to introduce, and questioned with legitimacy the extent to which Trinidad and Tobago is building out its implementation. And I would advise this chamber, Mr. Vice President, earlier this year, my office held a workshop, an all-day workshop in St. Joseph, Maracas, where we brought together all of the regulatory agencies and bodies in Trinidad and Tobago who are concerned with the implementation of our FATF and indeed our Global Forum implementation. And it was a very educational process. And one of the flags, I won't say it is a red flag, but it certainly was a red flag, that process reminded us of, and it is a reality in Trinidad and Tobago today. So this is not a criticism that can just be leveled against the government. This is a reality about our day-to-day life and our day-to-day regulation of our working experiences. That workshop highlighted for us the extent to which in Trinidad and Tobago our institutions operate in silos. And what came out of that workshop was a eureka experience by everyone to recognize the degree to which in the system that we are building out for FATF's implementation of the financial regulatory system that we are subscribing to, by this bill, the legislative suite that already exists, and future legislative measures that we will be coming back to this Parliament with, the extent to which all of us have to work together and not operate in silos. And that is perhaps one of the most important lessons coming out of the work in progress that is taking place right now as we build out the implementation of our regulatory system with FATF. And that rigorous, more results-oriented process, the shorter cycle, greater scrutiny, strong follow-up mechanisms will ensure that our government and our institutions stay focused on taking effective action to detect, prevent, and punish money laundering, terrorist financing, and the financing of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. It is, Mr. Vice President, a work in progress. That is the most important part of what we are talking about now as we bring this miscellaneous provisions bill to this Parliament and as we continue to work through our preparation for the 5th round mutual evaluation. And so the passage, Mr. Vice President, of this piece of legislation is a crucial step in our preparation and demonstrates Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to complying with FATF's 40 recommendations. The crux of this bill is primarily, as I mentioned earlier, to address recommendation 35, for which Trinidad and Tobago is presently rated as partially compliant, and we are working towards becoming largely compliant. Significant threshold improvements in the tiered assessment by which FATF measures nations' compliance. According to the FATF standards, Mr. Vice President, Recommendation 35 mandates that countries should ensure that there is a range of effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions, whether criminal, civil, or administrative, available to deal with natural or legal persons covered by Recommendations 6 and 8 to 23 that fail to comply with AML CFT requirements. Sanctions should be applicable not only to financial institutions, but also to their directors and senior management. Mr. Vice President, Trinidad and Tobago's technical compliance under the ongoing 4th round process, under the previous 4th round process, pointed to a technical deficiency in the existing legislative regime then for the availability of civil and administrative sanctions, although our criminal sanctions appear to be proportionate. The civil and administrative sanctions are not. Trinidad and Tobago was noted in the 4th round evaluation as having a deficiency related to the lack of administrative monetary penalties for the breach of AML CFT CPF laws. So currently, the AML CFT legislation makes provision for criminal sanctions to be imposed against financial institutions and listed businesses for breaches of the AML CFT laws. Provision is also made to empower the supervisory authorities, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the Financial Institutions Union of Trinidad and Tobago, the TTSEC, Trinidad and Tobago Securities Exchange Commission, to enforce a wide range of dissuasive and proportionate administrative penalties for breaches of AML CFT obligations, including, among others, the issuance of compliance directives for listed businesses and financial institutions, and the suspension or revocation of licenses for financial institutions. In this regard, Mr. Vice President, the criminal penalties include terms of imprisonment and monetary penalties. The terms of imprisonment are contained within the offenses created for breach of the respective regulations in Section 57(1) Proceeds of Crime Act, Section 42(1) Anti-Terrorism Act, Section 27(4) Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act. Currently, the supervisory authorities, the supervisors, have the power to impose criminal penalties in a wide range of dissuasive and proportionate administrative penalties for breaches of the AML CFT obligations. In particular, the financial obligations regulations, the financial obligations financing of terrorism regulations, and the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago regulations, which I will compendiously refer to as the regulations. As part of the regulatory process proposed in this bill, Mr. Vice President, if the financial institutions or listed businesses fail to pay the fine and fail to remedy or discontinue the breach in compliance with the notice issued by the supervisory authority under the new proposed section, and those sections are 51C Proceeds of Crime, 42(1)B Anti-Terrorism, and Section 27(5) Financial Intelligence. And the Honourable Ministers have already referred us to the clauses in the bill. In the event that those financial institutions fail to pay the fine and/or remedy or discontinue the breaches, the supervisory authorities will be authorized to refer the matter of the breach committed by the financial institution or the listed business to the Commissioner of Police to consider commencing an investigation into a criminal offense created by Section 57(1) Proceeds of Crime Act, Section 42(1) Anti-Terrorism Act, and Section 27(4) Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act. Mr. Vice President, the intention is to ensure that those financial institutions or listed businesses who fail or refuse to comply with the instructions of the supervisory authority will remain liable to the criminal penalties under the acts which I have referred to. And this is consistent with existing regulatory approach under the Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 7909, and the Insurance Act, Chapter 84, Number 1. The most recent legislative amendments which engaged the supervisory working group under NAMLAC was the introduction of an administrative fine regime for compliance with Recommendation 35. The process for legislating for this regime was initiated through the introduction of a Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act 2020, which was assented to in December 18, 2020 in particular, and amended by the following pieces of legislation: the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 11, Number 24, the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 11, Number 27, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 12, Number 7, the Interception of Communications Act, Chapter 1508, the Financial Institutions Act, Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, I beg your pardon, Chapter 7201, the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Central Bank Act, Chapter 7902, the Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 7909, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, and the Non-Profit Organizations Act Number 7 of 2019. The Act, Mr. Vice President, made initial amendments to those substantive acts for each of the supervisory authorities to facilitate the imposition of administrative penalties against financial institutions and listed businesses for failure to comply with AML-CFT requirements. This working group, the supervisory working group, previously collaborated on an introduction of administrative monetary fines for AML-CFT CPF breaches policy paper in 2021 for the amendment of regulations to facilitate the penalties introduced in the substantive legislation. Extensive consultation took place. Extensive feedback was received from the supervised entities, financial institutions, and listed businesses on this policy, which has prompted the supervisory authorities to propose further amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Financial Intelligence Unit, Trinidad and Tobago Act, and the regulations to provide for greater proportionality in the application of those administrative fines, as well as to ensure that aggrieved persons are able to access due process before our courts. Mr. Vice President, the supervisors do not have the power at the moment to levy monetary penalties for breaches of those regulations, the AML-CFT regulations. The bill before us is therefore intended to provide the foundation in law for all three supervisors to have the power to levy proportionate and dissuasive monetary penalties. And this is addressing the deficiencies that were identified in the fourth round evaluation process, and which we are seeking to correct and improve as we go into the fifth round. It is intended to set out the procedure for all three supervisors to follow when imposing the administrative monetary penalty, as well as sufficient access to due process before the courts by any aggrieved party. The specific regulations will be subject to a monetary penalty which will be set out in the schedules to the respective regulations, with the applicable monetary penalty for breaches of this specific regulation. In addition, Mr. Vice President, to Recommendation 35, this bill seeks to address FATF recommendations numbers 26 and 27. Recommendation number 26 states that countries should ensure that financial institutions are subject to adequate regulation and supervision and are effectively implementing the FATF recommendations. Competent authorities or financial institutions should take all necessary legal or regulatory measures to prevent criminals or their associates from holding or being the beneficial owner of a significant or controlling interest or holding a management function in a financial institution. Countries should not approve the establishment or the continued operation of shell banks. Recommendation 27 states that supervisors should have adequate powers to supervise or monitor and ensure compliance by financial institutions with requirements to combat money laundering and terrorist financing, including the authority to conduct inspections. They should be authorized to compel production of any information from financial institutions that is relevant to monitoring such compliance, and to impose sanctions in line with Recommendation 35 for failure to comply with such requirements. The supervisors must have the power to impose a range of disciplinary and financial sanctions, including the power to withdraw, restrict, or suspend the financial institution's license where applicable. Mr. Vice President, according to recommendations 26 and 27, the FIUTT should be able to demonstrate that it has the ability to conduct off-site compliance examinations as part of a risk-based approach to AML-CFT supervision. The FIUTT Act currently does not permit such off-site compliance examinations. Clause 5D, Mr. Vice President, of this bill is intended to provide the FIUTT with the power to compel the production of books, records, documents, or other information which is relevant to assess compliance with AML-CFT laws without first commencing an actual on-site examination. And the FIUTT will also be provided with the power to compel the production of such information that is relevant to assess compliance with AML-CFT laws. And this approach is consistent with the supervisory powers of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago and the Trinidad and Tobago Securities Exchange Commission for off-site supervision. So we're not creating something out of the blue. We are implementing measures that are already endowed in other regulatory institutions to ensure that we have a harmony of administrative regulations across Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, in accordance with FATF Recommendation 22.1d, Clause 3E, Roman 3 of this bill is proposed to ensure a clear and concise understanding of the functions by lawyers, notaries, other independent legal professionals, and accountants who are covered as a listed business and are subject to AML-CFT controls in this jurisdiction. The performance of these professional functions must be consistent with the Recommendation 22 formula and alleviate any misrepresentations of the terms and the remit of those professionals in their daily operations. Making this amendment at this juncture is a preemptive measure to ensure the intention of FATF Recommendation 22 is met prior to Trinidad and Tobago's fifth round mutual evaluation. Mr. President, this bill also adheres to the outcomes of the National Risk Assessment on the non-profit organization sector, recommendations made by the World Bank and the EU Global Facility, as well as FATF Recommendation 8, which aims to protect NPOs, non-profit organizations, from terrorist financing abuse. Clause 5 of the bill amends the FIUTTA and serves to introduce a new term into that act called, and the Honorable Minister of Finance rose to assist Honorable Senator Dr. Richards with reference to the Oversight Authority. The FIUTT will perform the function of this Oversight Authority over non-profit organizations as defined in Section 41A of the Non-Profit Organization Act, using the powers outlined in the new proposed Section 18J of the FIU-TT Act. Subsequently, Mr. President, Clause 8 of the bill also amends the NPO Act in order to give effect to these changes. It has been noted, Mr. Vice President, that quite often non-profit organizations or listed businesses put inaccurate or false information on their documentation as they submit to the FIU-TT. In seeking to rectify this, Clause 5 of the bill was further amended in the other place to introduce a new section, Section 18K. It is now an offense for non-regulated financial institutions, listed businesses, or non-profit organizations to knowingly make a misrepresentation in the documents to the FIU-TT, and they will be liable on summary conviction to a fine of $250,000 and to imprisonment for 2 years. In addition, Mr. Vice President, Clause 9 of this bill proposes to amend the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, Armour, C-A-R-M-U-A, the acronym, to address a concern which was raised by the judiciary in July this year during one of the several asset recovery workshops hosted jointly by the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs and Gentium UK, who were retained by the British High Commission to assist Trinidad and Tobago with strengthening its asset recovery regime. The issue identified by members of the judiciary in the collaborative working association that is ongoing in developing our FATF compliance was in respect of the disjunctive or conjunctive application of Section 31, subsection 2 of Armour, as it is currently silent. The provision provides for matters to be referred where a person has been acquitted of an offense relative to recoverable property, or in any other case where the Director of Public Prosecutions is of the view that the matter should be referred to the Civil Asset Agency. And one of the important parts of the Civil Asset Recovery piece of legislation that is now law in this country and has been successfully defended by my office as being fully constitutionally compliant, it's now on the way to the Privy Council, is that under that piece of legislation, you don't need to identify and convict an individual in managing corruption anymore in this country. You can identify what is known as the recoverable property and seize the recoverable property, and then those persons who are associated with that property will have to come to the courts to justify how it is with their track record of such disposable income as they are transparently able to account for, they have a financial interest in this recoverable property. And unless they can justify how they come to have such an interest in this recoverable property, the property remains seized and forfeited to the state. So that is an area in which the DPP is being given power on issues clarified by the judiciary, and the provision provides for matters to be referred where a person has been acquitted of an offense relative to recoverable property for the Director of Public Prosecutions still to refer the matter to the Civil Asset Agency. It gives me great pleasure to say that Cabinet has approved the creation and operationalization of the Civil Asset Agency, and it is expected, Mr. Vice President, that that agency will be fully functional during the first quarter of 2025. In the other place, Mr. Vice President, this bill underwent additional minor amendments which simply corrected typographical errors which were raised during the committee stage. As I conclude, Mr. Vice President, I would like to applaud the hard work and diligence over the past years from 3 competent authorities of the Supervisory Working Group: the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Nigel Stoddard, Director, Ms. Mary Campbell, Deputy Director, Mr. Kevin Radix, Director, Compliance and Outreach, Mrs. Kayleen Dowden, Director, Legal Services, Ms. Shivana Sharma, Legal Counsel 2, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Nadira Ramatula, Manager, AML Unit, Financial Institutions Supervision Department, and Ms. Sabrina Lee John, Assistant Manager Legal, and the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission, Ms. Rosalind King, Director, Compliance and Inspections, Ms. Leslie Ann Brown, Lead Counsel Advisory, and Ms. Keisha Celestin, Senior Legal Counsel, under the leadership of Ms. Viana Sharma, Director of the Anti-Terrorism Unit, and Chairman Namlak, for their work, ably supported by the Legislative Drafting Department of the Attorney General's Office, Ms. Ida Eversley, Senior Counsel, Deputy Chief Parliamentary Counsel, Ms. Lorraine John, Deputy Chief Parliamentary Counsel Acting, and Mr. Anil Joseph of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel's Department. Mr. President, in conclusion, I would again like to underscore the importance of Trinidad and Tobago's preparation for the 5th round mutual evaluation process. We are undertaking on a daily basis the improvement of the systems and processes that are being worked through for the implementation of the legislative regime which we have so far passed, which we are before this chamber asking this chamber to pass. And it is imperative, Mr. Vice President, that this bill is passed today. This legislation will not only strengthen this country's financial system, it will promote global cooperation, protect the economy from the negative effects of financial crime, help avoid sanctions and reputational damage, and strengthen national and global security, and will ensure that Trinidad and Tobago complies with its international obligations. I look forward to being able to announce next week in Jamaica at the 59th plenary session of FATF that Trinidad and Tobago has passed this bill into law, and we are well on our way. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Wiedmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Vice President, rather. Mr. Vice President, I rise to make a contribution to the miscellaneous provisions consisting of a number of bills, a number of acts, I should say, inclusive of the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, and of course, Mr. Vice President, you have the non-profit organization, insurance, securities, and there are two others. Now, what is the purpose of us going through this process? I heard the Attorney General say that he's going to Jamaica next week, and he wants to announce that this bill has been passed. But we have been passing several bills over the last 9 years and almost 3 months. But as the Honorable Minister of Finance told us in his contribution, that is inadequate. It is not enough. We have to go from technical compliance to the full operationalization and implementation and enforcement of these laws that we are passing. Because we have passed and passed and passed, and for the 9 years that have passed, we are still not clearly out of the woods. The Minister of Finance told us some time ago, even with the signing of the multilateral agreements that he mentioned earlier in Brussels recently, global forum, FATF, monitoring us very, very, very closely. So while this bill will obviously be passed, because the United National Congress, when it comes to money laundering, the financing of terrorism, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, Mr. Vice President, we are on board. We want to strengthen and we want to translate these pieces of legislation that will give effect to these particular areas that I've outlined to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago is compliant, that we get off the gray and the black lists. That is what we are committed to. But for almost 10 years, we have been unable, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, to get off that list in the way that we would have liked. So the government has brought a number of measures in this omnibus bill, again to satisfy requirements of this Financial Action Task Force. And everyone is telling us there is a 5th round of mutual evaluation coming up in 2025 and no later than the 31st of December of 2026. And one of the things I listened carefully to the Attorney General when he was speaking earlier, he made mention of the assessment. There's an assessment process that we have to pay attention to. They are not coming only to see about how many laws we have passed, which is important and which we have to do. But they are coming to see how we have effectively translated these laws through enforcement, Mr. President. I think it was the FIU report 2023-2024, which revealed that we had some 950 suspicious transactions and suspicious activities amounting to close to $6 billion in 2023 into 2024. But I think what FATF and the other players that are monitoring money laundering, countering of and financing of terrorism, what would they be looking for, Mr. President? Is what has Trinidad and Tobago done in ensuring that the billions of dollars in suspicious activities, how have they been translated into some kind of action to get at those who have been engaged in those activities. And I think, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, that is the major challenge that we are faced with. And we are going to be very happy when we get off that list and we are able to breathe once again. Now, given the pieces of legislation that we are seeking to amend to bring Trinidad and Tobago up to a certain standard and a certain level, I want to ask, and I want to pay attention to clause 5 of the bill that is before us. And in this context, we are seeing where more responsibilities are being given to this particular body called the FIUTT. But the question that we have to raise, Mr. President, is whether this FIUTT has the capacity and the ability to implement, to effect in a very efficient, objective, and professional way the responsibilities that are being given to that entity in this piece of legislation that is before us. Mr. President, I look at page 108. Look at page 108 of the report of the FIU. And there is something called challenges. I think the Minister of Finance ought to be aware of these challenges that this particular organization is facing. For example, if we go to clause 5 of the bill, we are being told in this clause that this entity is going to have some new responsibilities for these non-profit organizations, non-financial listed organizations, and they are going to be requesting from these organizations certain material to ensure that these organizations are not involved in money laundering, in the financing of terrorism. And therefore, these organizations, under its oversight range, would now have to produce documents, they have to produce records, they have to produce books. And if they fail to produce those, Mr. President, they are going to face sanctions and penalties. Of course, the Honorable Minister indicated to us that one of the things that is its centerpiece of this omnibus legislation is to give all these entities the power to impose administrative fines. So instead of just criminalizing, which is there already, there's another tool that is being used globally in an effort, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, to ensure that persons and bodies and institutions and entities who violate and breach these laws and regulations, they can be fined. And the minister drew examples of what took place in Canada and in the United States of America. So that is a tool that is available. But, Mr. President, we are told on page 108, this same FIUTT is having some difficulty in retaining staff. So on page 108, it tells us that staff retention continues to be a challenge for the FIUTT based on the unique nature of AML, CFT, CPF. So there are challenges facing this organization. And they have outlined them, I should say, in their report on page 108. They have also appealed to the minister, the government, and through the government, the parliament, that they need additional accommodation to carry out their responsibilities, Mr. President. So those are areas that I believe that the parliament would need to pay attention to. And the government that is seeking to almost appropriate and allocate more functions, more duties, more responsibilities for the FIUTT have to ensure that this entity has the capacity, the ability, the talent resource pool to execute those responsibilities. Otherwise, Mr. Vice President, we are going to be spinning top in mud, as we say. Now, one of the areas I would like to advance here is this. We have to ensure that when we allocate more functions, more duties, more responsibilities to these entities, that they do not abuse their power. They do not misuse their authority. And I would have thought the Honorable Minister of Finance would have taken the opportunity in these amendments to address the concerns that were expressed in this court judgment involving Gary Griffith and involving Brent Thomas, where the court has ruled the actions taken by the FIUTT were unlawful, illegal, and unconstitutional.
Mr. President, on a point, Vice President, a point of order, that matter is sub judice.
You talking about sub judice?
It is
You
under
come here and you
appeal,
talk about
it is sub judice.
Senator Mark, when a standing order is being raised, you're supposed to take your seat. That's first. Okay? Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. As I've just said, that matter is sub judice. It was determined in the High Court. It was appealed in August of this year, and the court has reserved directions for the progress of the appeal. The sub judice rule therefore applies.
Senator Mark, based upon that, by the Attorney General, asked to move on from that point.
Mr. President, may I ask your ruling on something?
Senator Mark, you're going to ask
So
me.
not because the Attorney General says something.
I'm on my legs. Senator Mark, I am on my legs. Senator Mark. Senator Mark, I ask that you move on from that point, please.
You fix it. It's only a matter of time, you know.
Yes.
All the things are matter of time.
Yes. Matter of time.
What I'm saying, Mr. Vice President, it's simple. It's simple.
Hines.
It's simple. Well, I can't say Hines.
The rest of them will follow.
Mr. President, all I can say is this. There must be accountability. You cannot give power to an entity and that entity is not accountable. You cannot give power and responsibilities to demand the books and records of an NPO or a non-financial listed company or business, be it a credit union, Mr. President. And then when you give these entities that are responsible for that kind of power, Mr. Vice President, and you don't have systems in place to ensure that rights, we have rights, we have a constitution, and there's a section called Section 4, and I dare say Section 5, that protects us, protect our rights from abuse from any entity.
Including this government.
Right? And the government is famous for abusing its authority.
All the time. Every week.
So we need strong institutions, strong and effective institutions. If you want to have a real ramping up in terms of quality of life in any nation, you need strong institutions.
Correct.
And that is where we are failing. So I await. You see, some people, though, remember I was in that chair, and I know what the rules are. I know when a matter is before a judge and jury, you could influence the ordinary man. But when it is before me,
Senator Mark.
as a judge, I know that.
Senator Mark.
Yes.
It's not a matter of belaboring what your thoughts are on the matter. Please move on from your sub judice point.
Yes. No. Who talking about sub judice? I pass that. You're resurrecting someone that dead.
Well, bring it up again. Let me see.
Yeah. So anyway, Mr. President, I abide by your ruling. What pre-action protocol letter? Me stop no debate? Is the government stop the debate? Who stop the
Senator
debate?
Mark, let's remember to just pass the pass the comments through the chair.
Yeah, well,
to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, true, you tell them about prison protocol. What protocol? Me no lawyer. You ask me about protocol. Talk to Reggie. Reggie will tell you about protocol. You asking me about protocol. Huh? Yeah. I stop what? Me stop nothing.
Through you, Mr. President.
The record would show a debate ensued.
Yes.
The record is there. Wait, tell me, but I know my rights. Yeah. Anyway, Mr. President, may I address? Mr. Vice President. Yeah. So, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, listen. We would like, and we are committed to strengthening the legislation that is before us. And we would like the government to ensure that you balance that power that we are given to this entity in clause 5. You balance that, Mr. President, with the rights of the people. Just can't go and demand things. There must be some judicial arrangement. So as my colleague said earlier, if you're going into a business and you're demanding their books and their records, Mr. President, you just can't go in as ordinary FIU. You have to go to a judge. Otherwise, Mr. President, you know what is going to happen? These laws that we are passing, citizens are going to challenge them in the courts. And if we do not tighten this legislation, we will make a mockery of the whole process.
Yes, correct. Yes.
So that is why we are seeking to advise the government that they want to actually, address, go for it. Nobody, Honorable Finance Minister, nobody rough me up. Only you and I. Because I am leaving shortly, and you two are leaving. So only you and I know how to rough up each other. Yeah, I know you're going back to Martin Northeast and Hines, 11 till West. I know they catch your throat already. I know they have a fella called the SIP. Oh no, well, you would have a batter, your son one.
Senator Mark, Senator Mark, Senator Mark.
Yes.
Stick to your points at hand and get back to what you were trying to say, although it's becoming repetitive. Yeah. You have a few more minutes remaining. Go ahead. You've gone off track. Continue.
No, I'm listening to you, sir. I'm just saying that my colleague here, my good friend. No, he's my friend.
Only man, go on.
Friend. A fake? No, fake friend. You're my fake friend.
Mr. Vice President, on a point of order, please.
Yeah.
46-1. He's rambling. If he has nothing further to add.
Senator Mark, in your few minutes that you have, I just ask that you stick to the points and wind up your contribution accordingly.
Mr. President, I am not fighting Barataria Sanwo. I'm not attacking anybody. All I'm saying, I'm not fighting Barataria Sanwo. No, I'm not fighting the Martin Notice.
Mr. Vice President, on a point of order, please. I have to repeat 46-1.
Senator Mark, kindly get back to the debate or submit. Thank you.
Rhyming, nice boy.
I like your rhyme. You're rhyming. Yeah. Mr. President, listen. My intervention is limited today. We just wanted to get to rise and make certain observations, which I think we have done. I look forward and think to the Honorable Minister of Finance when he's going through at the committee stage level and when he's winding up to take into account the very serious observations that we made to Clause 5 and to see what he can put in place to refine Clause 5 to avoid smart Alex from taking the government and the people to court on constitutional issues if we can get it right now, because we want the law to work. We want culprits who are involved in money laundering. We want them to be arrested, charged, arrested, and put away, Mr. President. That is all we want justice and fairness, and we want the law to work. We want to get off the gray list. We want investors to come here from Europe, from North America, and different parts of the world. But to come here, we have to be off these lists. And that is why the minister has brought the legislation. And we are hoping in this journey, we will be able to reach that ultimate point where we will not have to be the subject of any further sanctions or attempted sanctions by Global Forum or FATF. So, Mr. President, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words on this matter, and we look forward to the minister engaging us at the level of the committee stage, in particular, to see how we can work to strengthen certain provisions of the legislation to make it more powerful in the interest of the state, in the interest of the people, and protect us against the money launderers, the criminals who are involved in financing of terrorism, and those who are engaged in the proliferation of destruction of weapons of mass destruction. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Sunity Maharaj.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting President. Notwithstanding my deep reservations about the G7 countries' attempt to corral the rest of the world into systems and processes in their own interest, in their own changing and often hypocritical interest, I join the rest, I think, of this chamber in being anxious to get Trinidad and Tobago off the grey list and get past that hurdle. But as has been pointed out, these lists are based on a moving goalpost. And once we get past and we get onto the list of compliant countries, the challenge is going to be to stay on that list. And that is when we're going to see the goalpost move even more. There are some elements, however, that we should know and we should accept that are going to be critical to not only staying on the good side of the international financial system, but transforming the financial climate and environment of Trinidad and Tobago in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Attorney General mentioned his eureka moment when he brought different government entities together and discovered the siloous nature of government. Not just government, I would think the entire institutional framework of the country. I will suggest to him that it will take a lot more than one workshop to address that problem, which is a deep-seated problem that has afflicted governance and the public sector for decades. It's a challenge to governance, and it harks back to our need and recognition of the need for genuine transformation of the public service. So there is going to be the challenge of changing the culture of the public sector, which is no easy task, for us to be able to get all these moving parts moving in the direction that we need to be in order to stay off these lists. And the question was raised about implementation. I think Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial spoke about that the implementation, of course, can only be successful if we identify the resource requirements in every single case, in every institution. What are the implications for each institution to be able to carry the mandate forward efficiently and effectively? And we know that is a challenge. We know all the commissions we've had. We know all the institutions that have been set up for dealing with corruption, dealing with financial transparency, and so on. And they are often hamstrung by the lack of expertise, the lack of manpower, the unarticulated architecture that is required to drill down deep and to make and sustain a process of change. So that is a task that beyond the passing of legislation, as we will do today, I guess, as I expect, the real work will come. So we have that task. The other challenge is the public. So much of what we do here makes no sense to the public because there is no conversation that helps the public to understand what is their place and how is this going to affect them. We know from anecdotal evidence that people are encountering no end of challenges in their interfaces with the commercial banking system, for example, based on the need for various financial requirements, for compliance and so on. I see in this legislation that there's going to be an even more stringent time factor for banks to flag, to report red flags. I would be surprised if that happens without an additional increase in fees. The banking sector is taking none of these costs on its own shoulder. It's passing it on to the public. And therefore, that may be one small element, but the implications of all of these for the public, for them to try to make sense of why they go to the Ministry of Legal Affairs to register something and so on, and they don't understand why they're being told, well, you have to bring more documentation. You have not done this. That information, that communication with the public to keep them in this conversation about Trinidad and Tobago, the country, which is theirs, that its need to comply to certain international standards is rolling back on them. The waves of change are rolling back on them and burying some of them. I'm really happy to see the ease up that the nonprofits have got, because our nonprofit organizations are a long, long way from where they need to be, if only to a level of governance that can hold them together and help them to account for basic little income. We have so many of them, and I dare say they are critical to keeping this country together. I think our nonprofits are a critical social and safety net for so many people. They provide tremendous value to the society, and they have been terrified since they came into the legislative net about their survival. I don't know what is the level of compliance there in terms of them being registered and so on. But I heard that fine on even nonprofits, $250,000. If most of them have anything even as much as that, or $50,000 in the bank, they have a lot. So on the one hand, it is the state agencies that have to review the way they relate to each other and they function and what is required for this financial world order that we are becoming part of and being drawn into, and will be drawn deeper and deeper into it. The technology is there to drag us into it and make us comply, even in language. The other half of it is the public. How is the public understanding its own role in that, its rights, the law, what is required? That's a huge job. And then there's the other, issues. I think Senator Richards raised the gambling. The many different ways in which the economy is distorted, and you can't get a true picture. Those are the things that sooner or later is going to come. And I'm here referring to, he talked about illegal gambling, which by some estimates are, 400 million something I saw reported once. All the illegal goods, the human trafficking, the drugs, the arms, the underground economy, on which the rest of the economy seems to be floating. The watering down of the procurement legislation, that is one that is likely to come back to haunt us. And then there is political party election financing, which is another big elephant in the room, at cash transactions in the millions that is let loose around election time with no trace. So that is one I imagine that will be dealt with under campaign finance reform. But I flag those things merely to point out some key areas in the economy that are not under the ambit of any particular regulation, and therefore will distort the economy and will draw attention. That those are the things we have to start to address. And of all of them, the importance of bringing the public into this conversation in a way that makes sense to them. And with that, I thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I will deal with contributions in reverse order. I suspect Senator Maharaj, when the senator spoke about reservations about the legislation, the senator probably meant resentment. That's probably the word you meant. But I mean, it is what it is. That's the world today. And if you want to operate in the global environment, you have to comply. Otherwise, they're going to shut down your correspondent banks, which they're doing. They're going to blacklist you, which they're doing. They're going to prevent foreign investors from investing in Trinidad, which they are doing. And that's just the way the world is. Until we in the developing world control the world, we just have to comply, unfortunately. We could quarrel about it, we could complain, we could lobby, we could make noise. This is what we do. But there's nothing we can do about it from a practical perspective. Turning now to Senator Mark. I think my staff have asked me to invest in artificial intelligence to analyze Senator Mark's contributions. Because they have told me as humans, it's very difficult and tedious to analyze Senator Mark's contributions. But they tried. They came up with 3 points that he made, which are, he spoke about Clause 5, and he spoke about whether the FIU had the capacity to deal with these additional responsibilities. Now, staff retention is a challenge experienced by all public sector organizations. The FIU is a department of the Ministry of Finance, a special department, and we in finance have the responsibility to arrange for the recruitment of staff and so on. We don't get involved. We just facilitate. The FIU has excellent staff with AML and CFT skills and knowledge. And we continue at the request of the FIU to advertise and to ensure that the FIU has the staff that it requires, although the pool of AML skills in Trinidad and Tobago is quite small. But I can tell you that every other week I am asked to approve recruitment to a position within the FIU, and I have never not approved what has been presented to me because it is presented with integrity. With respect to abuse of power, that judgment is sub judice. Brent Thomas versus the AG and the FIU, and is currently before the Court of Appeal. So really there isn't much we can say about it. But on a general topic, there is a Chinese wall approach within the FIU, where the two functions of the FIU are kept separate and apart. There is the intelligence function, and then with respect to anti-money laundering and counter financing of terrorism, there's a supervisory function. And these two distinct and separate functions are kept apart in the FIU. With respect to the EU has two lists of what they call to be non-compliant or non-cooperative jurisdictions. One is dealing with tax, and the other is dealing with anti-money laundering and countering of terrorist financing. So they have these two distinct lists. Both lists, as far as they are concerned, protect the EU's financial integrity, but they target very different issues, as I indicated, tax compliance and AML-CFT deficiencies. So while we would be off one list, we could be on another list. And one of the issues that we're trying to correct is the EU having determined that we are partially compliant with respect to recommendation 35 of FATF, which is where we are trying to move ourselves off of that list. With respect to Senator Richards, while going forward, the FIU will have the oversight function with respect to NPOs, I can tell you that in preparation for this, there was quite a lot of work done by NAMLAC with technical assistance from the World Bank, and that was to do the initial risk assessment of NPOs. The FIU will now conduct periodic risk assessments of NPOs. There's also a working group with respect to risk assessment of non-profit organizations, and that working group comprises the Ministry of Attorney General and Legal Affairs, the FIU of Trinidad and Tobago, and it also includes representatives from the non-profit organization sector. So it is one of those groups that I think Senator Maharaj might find attractive, because it has representation from the NPO sector in the working group to deal with the risk assessment of NPOs in terms of compliance. Now, the FATF recommendation 8 in its original form had unintended consequences for non-profit organizations. Overregulation, financial exclusion, and unnecessary targeting of non-profit organizations. And this did negatively impact the operational environment of civil society. It hampered legitimate charitable organizations. It prevented some charities from doing good work. And these amendments are designed to deal with that problem. So FATF has since, let's say, come to its senses and has retreated and has come up with this risk-based approach. And as I indicated, going forward, the FIU will deal with that. Now, by far the best contribution from the opposition came from Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial. Double-barrel name now. I don't know why Senator Mark wanted to speak after Senator Lutchmedial spoke. And Senator Lutchmedial, I was interested to learn, had some involvement, I guess, under the UNC administration with respect to this matter, dealing with FATF compliance and that sort of thing. Now, again, I can't speak about the judgment involving Brent Thomas. Can't. It is before the Court of Appeal. And as you would have correctly indicated, It deals with constitutionality. But let's leave that. The matter came up in October last month. The matters are being consolidated. There's another matter. The matter is currently sub judice. It's awaiting directions from the court. So just let's leave that and see what comes out of that. With respect to money laundering convictions, Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial asked about money laundering convictions to date. I'm told there are 6. The value of the 6 is 99.4 million Trinidad dollars plus 1.3 million US dollars. There are 104 ongoing money laundering prosecutions, but 6 have been completed with 6 convictions. With respect to implementation by the supervisory authorities, what this bill seeks to do is to strengthen the enforcement powers of supervisory authorities, allowing them to impose monetary fines. Now, we all know that our court matters take a very, very long time and can take 20 years. I myself have been in a matter now for 25 years and still in the process of recovering costs. That might take another 5. So that's 30 years. So I mean, this whole concept of administrative fines, it's a worldwide thing where it's recognized that going through the court system can be long and drawn out and really might achieve nothing at the end of the day. So they've brought in this concept of administrative fines so you could instantly deal with the problem. Now, the intention is not to impose administrative fines immediately. Instead, the focus is on encouraging compliance first. I mean, if somebody is uncooperative, if an entity is uncooperative, refuses to correct deficiencies and so on, that is when the fine kicks in. And in determining whether to impose a fine or not, the various authorities will consider the following: the nature and the seriousness of the breach, the conduct of the supervised entity after becoming aware or made aware of the breach, the entity's compliance history, and the degree of cooperation and willingness to comply. So that based on all of this, a decision would then be made whether to impose a fine or not. If the person indicates willingness to comply and actually does comply, then the fine may not be imposed. In addition, before the imposition of a fine, there would be a number of intervention measures such as requiring the institution to take remedial action within specific timeframes, issuing directives to refrain from specific actions or to take specific action, and warning letters. And the whole point of these, let's call it ladders of intervention, would be to ensure you don't get to the point of having to impose a fine. With respect to the National Money Laundering and Financing of Terrorism, risk assessment, and the proliferation financing, just one second, please. The proliferation financing risk assessment, this is nearing completion and is expected to be submitted to Cabinet within the next 4 months or so. So we can't share these findings at this time. Okay? It will be submitted by AG's office in the next 3 to 4 months, and then we can deal with that. With respect to shortening the time frame, under the Proceeds of Crime Act, to file a suspicious report from 14 days to 5 days, members will be surprised to learn what the time frame is in other countries. In the Bahamas, they say as soon as practicable. Antigua says within 48 hours. Turks and Caicos say within 24 hours. So this is when the authority has determined that there is a suspicious transaction report. In the Turks and Caicos, you have 24 hours to submit it. Antigua, 48 hours. St. Vincent is 14 days. Cayman Islands is as soon as practicable. Aruba, 5 days. Grenada, 7 days. Malta, no later than the next working day. Australia, 3 business days. So we are well within this global framework here with our 5 days. And there is diversity, but the vast majority of jurisdictions have very short time frames for submission of suspicious transaction reports and suspicious activity reports. With respect to the FIU and due process, as I indicated before, there are a number of steps before the fine kicks in. And there should be no concern that supervised entities will not be afforded adequate due process. Once the FIU determines that it wishes to proceed with issuing an administrative fine, the entity will be served a notification of intention to issue a notice for payment of the fine. This gives the entity an opportunity to present any relevant information that may be pertinent on the decision. This may take the form of representations with respect to their efforts to come into compliance, problems they may be facing in implementing compliance, or clarification to avoid compliance. So that when they get the notice, they are made aware of the breach and the FIU's intention. One expects that by this time, they already have been in communication with the FIU. So I venture to say that a fine would only be imposed if the entity just fails to cooperate. So I think we have to wait and let it work, but there's a lot of due process provisions inside of here. So basically, that's a summary of the contributions of Senator Lutchmedial. I've responded to Senator Richards. I've responded to Senator Mark, probably to his astonishment. And I've responded to Senator Maharaj. And with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, Number 25 of 2020, be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill and Act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, Number 25 of 2020.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. In accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Miscellaneous Provisions, Proceeds of Crime, Anti-Terrorism, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Securities, Insurance, Non-Profit Organizations, Civil Asset Recovery and Management, and Unexplained Wealth and Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2024 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
The question is that the Miscellaneous Provisions, Proceeds of Crime, Anti-Terrorism, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Securities Insurance, Non-Profit Organizations, Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth and Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2024 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Honourable Senators, the bill before us, has 10 clauses. I have not seen any circulated amendments throughout the debate or otherwise. So I take it that we shall proceed as we usually do when such happens.
Chair, I have one question to ask about clause 8 of the bill.
Just clause 8?
A question, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I didn't circulate any amendments. I agree with you. But in clause 5, I just want to get the thinking. Yes.
5 and clause 8. Clerk will take it as such.
Clauses 1 to 5?
No.
Clauses 1 to 4? Sorry.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 1 to 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 4 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5?
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. Senator Mark.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister. Because, Honourable Minister, FIUTT is a unique structure and body headed by a director who is in charge of his staff. You don't have a board of directors, you don't have a board of management. And the concern that we have here is that if you are going to institute, let's say, administrative fines, after making all the efforts to deal with it otherwise, it could become very personal because of the fact that you only have one person dealing with this particular matter in terms of the decision. And we were thinking whether that couldn't be the subject of some court action which would defeat the purpose of what we are trying to accomplish. And therefore, I don't have the answer, but I'm just thinking about a mechanism that can at least provide some degree of like an arm's length relationship so that you'll have some kind of justice, some body that would be able to look at the issue before a decision is finally taken to impose, let's say, fines, administrative that is, and the quantum of fines, rather than to leave it just to one individual who is in charge of the actual department. So it was a concern expressed by Senator Lutchmedial, and I support that. And I just wanted to get your thinking on that matter, because at the end of the day, we want the law to succeed. And we don't want any challenges being placed in its pathway that could defeat its ultimate objective. So that is why I'm seeking some clarification from the Minister.
Minister of Finance.
The fact of the matter is the FIU is the oversight authority or the supervisory authority, as the case may be. So they have to issue the administrative fine. And the whole point of the administrative fine is recognition all over the world that court action can take a very, very long time and therefore is ineffective in many instances in dealing with corruption and white-collar crime and so on. There is an appeal provision. If you go to, what clause would this be? Is that clause 8? Which, the appeal is in clause 10 or clause this one? This is 8? Which one? No, I'm talking about this one. I think it's clause 8. The appeal process. Just hold on. So if we go to page 46 of the bill, is that for listed businesses or is it for NGOs? Is there an appeal process for NPOs? There's not. Okay. So I'm being told that NPOs are not subject to administrative fines, but Clause 5 does leave it a number of different things. It's not just non-profit. It's non-related unlisted business. Okay.
That is just making up the offense.
Yeah, but the administrative fines would also apply to the non-regulated financial institution listed business, right? And this clause at the end is the appeal process for them, right? Right. So if you go to page 46 of, I don't know what version you have, but if you go to the end of the bill, and that would be clause 10, right?
Clause 10.
And that is clause 10, 14. Are you seeing it, Senator Mark? Right? So a non-regulated financial institution or listed business to whom a notice has been issued, and this is a notice I spoke to about in my wrapping up. You're getting a notice or notification that, look, we plan to impose an administrative fine. They can appeal to the High Court, okay? And then there's a process that you use the civil proceedings rules and so on, and it just goes straight to the High Court. I can't see any better way to deal with this. The FIU is the one that must impose the fine. As I indicated, a lot of due process provisions. Before they impose it, they give the entity an opportunity to comply. They could give them a warning. They don't have to do a fine. They look at their conduct. They look at their history and so on. So I see a lot of natural justice and due process provisions in the law. I see this appeal process. And I don't want to say unfortunately, but the issue is that the supervising or oversight authority is the FIU. Nobody else can impose the fine. Okay?
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 6.
6 and 7.
Clauses 6 and 7.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 6 and 7 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 6 and 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 6 and 7 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 8.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 8 stand part of the bill. Senator Dylan Remy.
Yes, Chair. Minister, Clause 8 says the Non-Profit Organization Act is amended in Section 3.1. 1 says, in the definition of the phrase AMLF, that CFT, PF, etc., when you look at the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Section 3.1, it does have a definition of AML, CFT, stroke PF means, and it gives an explanation for it. But now you have these AML, CTF, CPF, but there's no explanation as to what they mean. I am asking whether that is just an oversight or whether there should be a definition. Minister?
Dr. Dylan Remy, you have me a little confused there.
I am in Clause 8.
No, not that. I thought I read out the long title of AMF, CFT, and CPF about 19 times in my address, but I'll do it again. AML is anti-money laundering, CTF is counter-terrorism financing, and CPF is counter-proliferation financing. Anti-money laundering, obviously, that's clear what that is. Terrorist financing is if you are found in some way of financing a terrorist group. And counter-proliferation financing is whether you are assisting in the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. So that's what CPF is, that's what CTF is, and that is what AML is.
Okay, I was just thinking, based on the fact that it came out of the parent bill and it was now being put in here, I didn't see there was no definition section particularly. So yes, you may have...
You mean in this miscellaneous bill or in the parent bill?
In the parent bill, there's a definition for what was there. but is now being replaced by this. I'm just asking for my non-legal.
Okay, no problem. I've been shown the parent law.
Yeah.
And I'm being shown the marked up copy of the parent law, which is what it will look like when these amendments are approved.
Put in.
And instead of reading AML/CFT/PF, which goes on to say means anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, financing the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. The CFT is now being replaced with CTF.
Right, so
means
it
the same
there.
thing.
Okay, fine.
All right?
All right. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 8 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 9 and 10.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 9 and 10 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 9 and 10 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 9 and 10 now stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, I wish to report that the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, financial intelligence unit of Trinidad and Tobago, securities, insurance, non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery and management, and unexplained wealth and miscellaneous provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024, was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, financial intelligence unit of Trinidad and Tobago, securities, insurance, non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery and management, and unexplained wealth and miscellaneous provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next time I'll ask the AG to see if he could shorten this to 3 words. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, Number 25 of 2020, be now read a third time and pass.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, number 25 of 2020, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, number 25 of 2020.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a second time. Before you today, Mr. President, is the Finance Bill 2024, which is aimed at addressing the tax and national insurance amnesties first announced in the House of Representatives on the 30th of September 2024 as part of my budget statement. I announced at that time that the amnesties, tax, and national insurance were to take effect on October the 1st, 2024. And although that date has passed, I want to make it abundantly clear that the bill is effective from October 1st, 2024. Reason being, it confers a benefit, and you can make retroactive legislation if it confers a benefit. And just as an aside, I am always amazed. After having made a statement in the budget, after passing legislation in the House of Representatives, I still get so many questions from attorneys at law and accountants as to whether there is an amnesty in the year 2024. Every single year. Trinidad is really an interesting country. So I have had to tell everybody, yes, I did announce it in the budget statement. It requires legislation. And let me explain why. Under the Income Tax Act and other associated revenue laws, such as the Customs Act, the Cabinet has the power to waive taxes and duties, but the Cabinet does not have the power to waive penalties and interest. And I'm not sure we'd ever want any Cabinet to have that power. I believe that that is always something that should be discussed, the question of waiver of penalties and interest, and especially since these penalties and interests are often, more often than not, far more than the principal amount of the tax or the NIS contribution itself. So the rationale for the tax amnesty and the national insurance amnesty is twofold. One, we are still suffering from the after effects of COVID-19. There are still some businesses who are struggling to put their house in order. And during COVID, a lot of businesses had to make decisions because you had no activity taking place. There was a particular period when everything was shut down. And then there were public health restrictions after that, and there were travel restrictions. So businesses had no income, so they had to make a choice as to what they would spend their savings on, because they're not generating any revenue, so they had to rely on the savings. And they had to decide whether to pay salaries or partial salaries, whether they pay rent or they don't pay rent, whether they pay the electricity bill or not, whether they pay their phone bill or not, and whether they pay their NIS contributions if they kept their employees on or not, or whether they cleared off their tax liabilities. And many businesses, especially small, medium businesses and micro enterprises as well, who fell within the tax net, those that did, chose or had no choice but to kind of spread it around, so they might pay some salaries, they might pay some of the rent, they might pay some of the taxes owed and so on. And there are still some businesses that are struggling to recover from that and still owe income tax and still owe NIS contributions. So that's one reason why we've decided to have amnesties for both tax and NIS at this time. The other one is we are moving full speed ahead with the Revenue Authority. I am advised that they should be fully operational by the end of March if all goes according to plan, but I'm reasonably confident they will be operational in 2025. And therefore, at that time, we expect to see a vast improvement in enforcement and compliance. We expect to be able to deal with the tax gap, which people estimate at all kinds of numbers. Some of them are quite small, some of them are enormous. So you would hear definitions of the tax gap. Now, the tax gap is the amount of money the difference between the amount of money that should be collected and the amount of money that is actually collected. Some people say it's 2 billion, some people say it's 15 billion. Whatever it is billions, okay? And if we can get that, the Revenue Authority has estimated that in its first year, it should be able to collect at least an additional $1 billion, in the second year, 2 billion, in the third year, 3 billion, and so on. Some years ago, I think it was about 5 or 6 years ago, I asked the IMF to send an expert on value-added tax to examine what was happening in Trinidad and Tobago and to estimate the tax cap with respect to value-added tax. And the method the expert used was to look at all of the sales that were taking place in Trinidad and Tobago using a variety of databases, determine how much was being sold in terms of goods and services, then working out how much the VAT should be on that, because of course you know how many VAT-registered businesses there are, and determining what was the difference between what should be collected in terms of value-added tax and what was being collected. The difference was $5 billion. But the expert then divided it into two sections. A VAT gap due to policy decisions, because we have exempted a number of things from VAT, basic foods and so on, and evasion. And he was able to tell us that the tax evasion in terms of value-added tax alone is somewhere between $2 and $3 billion a year. So from the time the Revenue Authority gets going, because they are designed to be able to attract the most qualified staff, to pay salaries that would attract the most qualified and motivated staff. They are designed to use the most sophisticated techniques, the most modern computerized techniques, the most modern digital techniques and so on, and also the most modern taxpayer authority relationship techniques that exist in the market. Because we all know there are issues with the Inland Revenue Division in all sorts of areas. Efficiency, in terms of their relationship with their customers and so on, in terms of access to the Inland Revenue Division, in terms of the online system. We know there are all sorts of issues there. So we expect that when the Revenue Authority comes in, they are also aware of all these deficiencies. There's a regional IMF institution called CARTAC. The IMF has technical support offices throughout the world, about 6 or 7 of them. And CARTAC is the Caribbean Technical Assistance Office for the IMF. And they provide technical assistance. And they did a diagnostic assessment of the Inland Revenue Division in 2017, did a follow-up assessment in 2019, and they've just finished one last week. And in 2017, if there were 28 categories, the Inland Revenue failed in 27. Okay, and D is the lowest score. They probably got about 25 Ds. A is the highest score. I think they got 1A, 1B, no Cs, and 25 Ds, from what I remember. When they came back in 2019, there was no improvement. They've come back, and they told me it's worse. So that underscores the need for pushing ahead very rapidly with the Revenue Authority. And the things where the inland revenue is not up to standard are things that we all experience. Communication with the taxpayer, accessibility, the ability to go online and file your taxes and pay your taxes online. Information, that's one of the deficiencies identified to me by the CARTAC team 2 weeks ago. One of the biggest problems, especially for small businesses, is accessing information on what allowances and deductions are available for small businesses. It's like Greek. When you go to try and figure out what it is, you have to hire an accountant. You must. And even accountants struggle in determining what is available in terms of allowable expenses and allowable deductions, and that's why so many small businesses get into trouble. I heard Senator Maharaj in the previous debate talking about imposing restrictions on small businesses, but one of the problems with small businesses, they are totally indisciplined. If anybody has had any time to look at the behavior of small businesses in Trinidad, they don't keep accounts. They don't have audited accounts. They don't follow any known industrial relations or human resource strategy. They live from day to day. Everything is operated on the basis of how much money came in today and what bills they could pay today. That's one of the biggest problems. And to take a business that operates like that on a cash basis, no bank account, because they can't qualify for a bank account, because they don't have financials, because they cannot present even the basic information to the bank to qualify to get a bank account. So they can't get a business bank account. They can't get a business loan. And it's all because of indiscipline. It's just a societal thing. And we have to keep trying with them, trying to explain to them that if you acquire the necessary discipline and become compliant, it's going to be so much easier for you to grow your business. One of the things that always amazed me, I have seen small businesses struggling to become compliant in terms of accounts and in terms of audited accounts and so on. And yet I've seen little NGOs in my own constituency as a MP fell off the street. You have audited accounts, sir. Because in order to get audited accounts, in order to get a grant from the Ministry of Sports or Community Development or somewhere, you have to have audited accounts. They just get it, you know. They go by an accountant and they get it. So it's all very, very interesting. But moving to this, so this is one of the reasons why we are doing the tax amnesty, to give people an opportunity before the TTRA comes in. Now, I want to make it clear as well, the amnesties do not forego in any way the actual tax liability or the actual national insurance liability owed to either the Inland Revenue Division or the National Insurance Board. It's only the penalties and interest we're talking about. So the tax liability remains. And this is why we encourage people to take advantage of these opportunities, because if you don't, when December 31st arrives, the penalties and interest are restored, and then they start to run again. As I've told honorable members, when I look at the people who find themselves in trouble, you might have started out with a tax liability of $1 million, let's use that as a number. But by the time you get around to dealing with it, 5 years later, the penalties and interest might be $5 million. That's the nature of the situation. So a lot of people find themselves in a lot of trouble. Now, over the years, amnesties have proven to be a very valuable source of revenue to the state. They've generated billions of dollars in payments over the years. During the last tax amnesty, from November 22 to August 23, we collected a total of $1.6 billion from almost 19,000 taxpayers, 18,873. And it was almost dead on in terms of what the Inland Revenue had estimated. They had estimated we would collect just over $1 billion, and we would get about 15,000 taxpayers to take advantage of the amnesty. In this case, for this amnesty, again, we estimate collections of about $1.5 billion, and we estimate about 20,000 taxpayers will take advantage of the amnesty. Now, the problem with an amnesty is that it can create a dependency by taxpayers where they become complacent because they expect at some point in time there'll be another amnesty. It's a fact. I mean, it's not nothing we need to run away from. These are facts. And it can eventually give rise to tax avoidance. And that is why I am saying that we believe that when the Revenue Authority comes in, the compliance and enforcement will be so much better that there will be no need to have an amnesty again in the future. So this is really, unless everything falls apart, this is really the last opportunity people will have with respect to an amnesty for income tax. Speaking about other taxes, just let me give an update, as I did in the other place, on property tax. Because of the long lines that we had, I'm very pleased to let taxpayers know they can make payments online now with FCB. This is effective since October, and Republic Bank from the 11th of November. In addition, for those who don't want to walk with cash, with effect from the 1st of November 2024, we have expanded the ability to taxpayers to make links payments at all district revenue offices all throughout Trinidad and Tobago. There are about 13 of these offices. Previously, this facility was only available at the two, let's call them head offices, Port of Spain and San Fernando. Now it's at all district revenue offices. You can pay by links. Let me also say that what this tax amnesty does is it effectively extends the deadline for the payment of property tax to December 31st, because property tax is a tax. So you will see when you look in the provisions, we are amending all of the revenue laws that deal with tax. So even though there was an extension of time for payment of property tax to an earlier date in December, when we pass this law, the property tax amnesty or the waiver of penalty, the imposition of penalties and interest for late payment of property tax goes to December 31st. I just want to clear that up. So, because the current deadline in the amendment to the Property Tax Act is December 20th, but with this law, it will become December 31st. With respect to national insurance, I spoke about this before. The last amnesty for national insurance, a total of 4,739 employers remitted arrears of contributions to the National Insurance Board. It is quite likely that without an amnesty, it would have been quite difficult for the National Insurance Board to recover money from these 4,739 employers. The total received by NIB for the last national insurance amnesty, which ran from July 22 to March 23, was $124 million. And sorry, not the last, the second to last. And then for the period December 23 to January 24, approximately 1,552 employers remitted $82 million in arrears to NIB. So those are the two national insurance amnesties, one much shorter than the other. With respect to the registration of clubs, as I indicated in an earlier debate, we intend in the very near future to fully proclaim the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act. This will repeal the gaming tax payable under the current Registration of Clubs Act. This, therefore, is the last chance with this amnesty for people operating under the Registration of Clubs Act to pay their taxes, their outstanding taxes, before we transition to the provisions of the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act. Let me repeat that. When we proclaim the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act, we will be repealing the gaming tax repayable under the Registration of Clubs Act. Therefore, there will be no opportunity after this for anybody to get an amnesty in terms of penalties and interest due on gaming tax on the Registration of Clubs, because there will be no law. The law will be gone. So there will be no amendment we could make to the repealed law. So I just want all those who operate gaming operations under the Registration of Clubs Act and owe taxes, pay up, because after December 31st, that will be the end of it. And we have given relief to this sector. We knew it was heavily affected by COVID. We knew that gambling houses were shut down. Gambling was stopped in clubs because it was deemed to be a public gathering, which was prohibited by the public health restrictions. And therefore, the gambling community came to us, asked for relief, and we gave a reduction or refund of 42% of the gaming taxes payable for the year ended December 31st, 2020 in the Finance Act of 2021. And just to give an update on what's going on with the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control taxes, commission. That commission invited public comments during July of this year on proposed licensing regulations, amusement machine control regulations, conduct of betting regulations, electronic betting regulations, and responsible gaming regulations. In October, last month, October 21st to 24, the Commission held a strategic dialogue with stakeholders in the gaming and betting sector on these regulations, with a review to receiving even further input. And again, we fully expect either by the end of December or I would say by the end of January, we will proclaim the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act. And as I indicated, that will be the last chance for anybody to pay gaming tax without incurring additional penalties. Another reason why we're giving an amnesty is under the new Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property law. There is a legal requirement that did not exist before, and that is under Section 29, 1D of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. Under that particular section, Section 29, 1D, public bodies are required to ensure that their suppliers and contractors have fulfilled all of their obligations to pay all required taxes and contributions in Trinidad and Tobago. And many small and medium enterprises in particular, not so much the big ones, but small ones, are delinquent in terms of their income tax obligations and in terms of their national insurance obligations, and are therefore disqualified from tendering to provide goods and services to public authorities in Trinidad and Tobago. So these two amnesties will give small and medium enterprises in particular another opportunity, last opportunity one would think, to pay up the principal amounts of taxes owed, the principal amounts of national insurance contributions owed, and therefore become eligible to tender to provide goods and services to public authorities in Trinidad and Tobago, public bodies. And as we know, a public body is all ministries, all state enterprises, all statutory authorities, and so on. And in fact, quite a few small and medium enterprises found themselves outside and out in the cold because they could not produce a tax clearance certificate, they could not produce a national insurance clearance certificate, and simply cannot qualify to tender to provide goods and services to public bodies. Now, this bill contains 8 clauses. They're all very similar. So I won't go into great detail on all of them. The bill touches, the 8 clauses concern 11 pieces of legislation, namely the Income Tax Act, the Value Added Tax Act, the Stamp Duty Tax Act, the Corporation Tax Act, the Unemployment Levy Act, the Health Surcharge Act, the Petroleum Taxes Act, Tourism Development Act, Parts 9, 11, 13, 14, and 15 of the Miscellaneous Taxes Act, the Property Tax Act, and the Registration of Clubs Act. There is no explicit reference to the Corporation Tax Act, the Unemployment Levy Act, and so on. But the tax amnesty is applicable to all of these laws because of the respective incorporation of Section 103A of the Income Tax Act or the Income Tax Act itself. Clause 1 is the usual title. Clause 2 deals with the registration of clubs. It waives applicable interest and penalties, and this is an important part, in respect of outstanding taxes due and owing for the years up to and including the year ending December 31st, 2023. And it applies to taxpayers who paid their outstanding taxes before October 1st of this year and during the prescribed period, October 1st to December 31st. Let me explain that. All taxes owed up to the end of 2023, the penalties and interest that apply to outstanding taxes owed up to December 31st, 2023. If these taxes are paid before October 31st or before October 1st or between October 1st and December 31st, the amnesty is applicable. Previously, in previous amnesties, there were some glitches, and you had to pay before the amnesty period came into effect. Now, you can pay before, or you could pay during. Okay? So that is what is going to happen with respect to penalties and interest owed on outstanding taxes under the Registration of Clubs Act. As I said, we'll be repealing that act very soon, and therefore this is one where people should take advantage of these amnesties immediately. Clause 3 deals with national insurance, very similar to other amendments. Again, it will be applicable to contributions paid prior to October 1st, 2024, and during the period October 1st, 2024, and December 31st, 2024. And it waives all interest and penalties due on these outstanding contributions paid during this year. Let's just say during this year. The other features of Clause 3 is that the waiver is only applicable to employers who are registered with the National Insurance Board prior to October 1st, 2024. And again, penalties and interest will be revived if contributions remain outstanding after December 31st, 2024. Clause 4 deals with the Income Tax Act in more or less exactly the same way. The waiver does not apply to any interest or penalty already paid, so you don't get a refund. There's no refund provision inside of here. It does not affect the liability to pay tax, so people must pay the principal amount of tax that they owe, but once they pay it within this year, 2024, they will be exempted or waived. The penalties and interest will be waived. Again, the interest and penalties will be revived if they don't pay by December 31st. Clause 5 deals with value-added tax, virtually identical to the Clause 4 that deals with income tax. Clause 6 deals with stamp duty. It mirrors the provisions of the previous amnesties. It provides for a waiver of penalties and interest, and on stamp duty, owed and payable up to December 31st, 2023. And once the tax is paid prior to October 1st or During the period up to December 31st, the amnesty for stamp duty is applicable. Again, it does not waive the stamp duty itself, and the penalties and interest will be revived after December 31st if people don't pay. Property tax, identical provisions. And Clause 8 is the commencement clause. It establishes October 1st, 2024 as the date on which the bill, and by extension, the date upon which the tax and national insurance amnesties become effective. That's it, basically. As far as I am concerned, it is a very straightforward piece of legislation, and therefore I look forward to the support of honourable senators. I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to make provisions for financial nature and other related matters be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have this finance bill before us, which seeks to amend a number of pieces of legislation in order to provide, as the minister stated, amnesties, both in terms of tax and NIS. Before I get into this debate, I want to ask the Minister of Finance when he's winding up. Because I heard some time ago the minister say, and if I'm wrong, correct me, that there will be a second finance bill later on in the month of December. And Mr. President, as I understand it, when you introduce a finance bill, it is a tool that is used to capture legislatively fiscal measures that were promulgated or that were announced, I should say, in the fiscal package, in the budget statement. So in September, October, the minister made a number of announcements, and I have the budget speech here with me, to introduce a number of fiscal measures, some exemptions or some incentives for people who engage or want to buy hybrid electric vehicles, people who engage in sporting activities, value-added tax, going to be exempted, etc. So if what I'm saying is correct, Mr. President, what would have motivated a Minister of Finance to introduce this finance bill dealing with what was outlined in the budget speech on page 165, where in the budget speech on page 165, there's a section dealing with tax, and NIS amnesties. And of course, it's very lengthy. And the minister indicated in his budget speech that I want to quote, tax amnesties over the years have proven to be a valuable source of additional revenue and have generated billions of dollars. And he went on further on page 166 to indicate we do not expect to give any further tax amnesties after the TTRA is fully up and running. And he repeated that a short while ago. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago is facing extremely dangerous, troubling, concerning economic challenges. And as we look into the future, we are seeing more and more difficulties, more and more challenges. And I therefore would want to indicate that while the minister may not want to have more tax amnesties, and whilst he's saying this might be the last one, the minister will be coming back to this parliament in the not too distant future as hard times grip Trinidad and Tobago for more amnesties. And the reason for it, Mr. President, is that the government's policies over the last 9 years and 3 months have been unable to diversify and transform the national economy to generate new revenue streams for Trinidad and Tobago. So when we are talking about tax amnesties, it has to be located in a context. It is not coming by accident. The country is broke. The minister has indicated elsewhere he expects to get $1.5 billion from these tax amnesties. And the reason he has not come with one omnibus finance bill and coming with two, which is a new thing to us in the parliament, is because, like Max
Point of
and
order.
House,
Relevance.
relevant and now started.
Point of order.
1 second. So the
I made
reference
moment
to
second finance bill.
the reference to a second finance bill is preempting Senator Mark. So whereas it may not be the standing order on relevance, there is a standing order on preempting any debate. We do not know if there's a finance number 2 as of yet. So I would ask you to keep your comments on this one, which is before us, finance number 1.
Mr. President, may I ask you if I can ask the minister to indicate whether he is on public record as saying that a second finance bill is coming and it will come before the end of December of 2024. Can I ask the minister to clear the air for us on that matter? Would I be, your minister, could you tell me?
If you look at the Hansard record, I have not mentioned that in this debate.
Okay.
In this debate.
No, no, I'm asking you if you have ever
Mr.
mentioned
President, standing order, 48-1.
You see, the minister is playing smart. He can't answer.
Okay. So it is 46-1. We're dealing with Finance Bill number 1 before us. Okay, Senator Mark?
Mr. President, okay. Mr. President, what I'm saying, in Finance Bill number 1, that is before us, I'm saying that the reason why we are dealing with amnesties today is because it is my considered view, based on the data, based on the economic reality facing Trinidad and Tobago, the government's economic policies have failed. And the Minister of Finance has failed the nation. And that is why we are being asked to look at a number of bills, to amend a number of acts, I should say, in this finance bill, in order to do what, Mr. President? Generate revenues. May I again remind you what the minister said in his budget speech, and he just repeated it. It has proven to be a valuable source of additional revenue. So, Mr. President, where are we? Where are we? The minister has brought a bill to amend, as I said, several pieces of legislation. And what are these pieces of legislation that the minister is seeking to amend, Mr. President? He's seeking to amend the National Insurance Act, the Income Tax Act, the Value Added Tax Act, the Stamp Duty Act, the Property Act, and of course, Registration of Club Act. Now, why is he seeking to amend these acts? He's seeking to amend these acts in order to do the following. For example, we look at the National Insurance Act. You go to clause 2, Mr. President, go to clause 3 of this bill, and what you are seeing is the following. The National Insurance Act is amended by repealing Section 39C and substituting the following. And we are told, Mr. President, notwithstanding any written law to the contrary, there is a waiver of all penalties and interests due and payable under Section 39B. So we are seeking to encourage, as the minister says, business, whether it be large, Mr. President, medium, small, or micro. Minister talk about 4,000 businesses or companies or business organizations that he's hoping that will be attracted to this amnesty and therefore assist him and the government in meeting their outstanding commitments to the NIB. And no penalties. He's waiving penalties. He's waiving interest in an effort to encourage businesses to pay their outstanding NIS to the NIB. But you go to clause 3 further. Go to section 3A. It states, and I quote, any contribution paid by an employer under this act prior to October 1st, 2024, and any contribution outstanding as of the 30th of September 2024 by any employer under this act, where the contribution is paid during the period 1st of October to the 31st of December, no penalties, no interest, Mr. President. It goes on to say, Mr. President, as the minister emphasized, if you did not pay for the last 10 years, this is applicable to you. It is up to and including, and he emphasized that. And he also said that he doesn't understand how people are confused. Attorneys at law, policy makers coming to him and saying, when is this thing going to end? So what the Minister of Finance and the government is doing, Mr. President, is taking institutions like the NIB in clause 3 and whatever outstanding monies that are owed by these 4,000 employers who have not been able to meet their obligations to the NIB, I'm assuming the Honorable Minister is saying that with this amnesty, he is hoping that they will be able to come forward and do so. But, Mr. President, look at the state of this economy. Look at the state of our economy. Mr. President, maybe some years ago, the minister was lucky to get a lot of businessmen meeting hundreds of millions and even over $1 billion or billions of dollars. But in this go-over season, I wish the minister luck. I hope that the minister gets his 1.5. I hope that he gets it easy, like Queasy. You understand? I hope he gets it. But, you know, Mr. President, the minister is saying that, look, he doesn't want to engage in tax avoidance because it was in 2022, you would recall, we were debating a measure brought by the minister in order to deal not only with an amnesty, but to deal with new registrants and to deal with falsification of information and to increase penalties as it relates to summary conviction. So whilst we have to be hoping that we will get monies from these businesses under the NIB, we lost, Trinidad and Tobago lost, Mr. President. billions upon billions upon billions of dollars that we could have had in our consolidated fund. We could have had in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. We could have had as reserves over the years. You know why? Because of the failure of the government to deal with something as simple as legislation for transfer pricing. Transfer pricing. And here it is, Mr. President, we have to eke out from small businessmen who catch in the royal ant and nenen, Mr. President, to meet their obligations because of the government's policies in TNT. They cannot meet their obligation. They cannot meet their commitments. And the government is saying, okay, you can't meet it ordinarily, rather than pay penalties, rather than impose penalties and impose interest on the penalties, Mr. President, I am giving you a blind. I am telling you, come, make your payment, no penalties, no interest. And hoping that he will be able to scrape the bottom of the barrel to get a little couple hundreds of millions of dollars in to pay public servant wages and salaries in the month of December. Probably. Maybe that is what the minister is attempting to do without telling us. But I blame the government for allowing the multinational corporations in this country, in the energy sector, to rob this country, Mr. President, of tens of billions of US dollars. They owe us, according to research, over 16 billion US dollars because of transfer pricing. And I want to remind you, Mr. President, as we deal with amnesties, ECLAC indicated in 2018, under the watch of this government, they allowed the multinational like BP and Shell and BHP and all of them to do what? To deny us the right through transfer pricing of close to 2.3 billion US dollars in 2018. Now, had we done our work, were we vigilant, Mr. President, in looking after the people's interests in the energy sector, you think these multinational corporations would have been able to thief and to rob this country,
Mr. President.
right, of that kind of money?
Excuse me, Mr. President, I rise on 46.1, relevance, please.
So, Senator Mark, whereas I understand to a certain degree the argument you're trying to make, it is a bit of a stretch. You've started off your argument in relation to the economy and the ability of these employers to pay in relation to some of the taxes as outlined in the bill, and you have linked that to the reason for the amnesty. You're now gone off into the energy sector, which crosses that line of relevance, because you're essentially trying to say that money could have come elsewhere instead of giving these amnesties. And that's where the vague relevance is, but it's teetering over that line of irrelevance as you try to develop that point. So I would ask you to come off that point with the energy sector and move forward to another one.
Yeah, Mr. President, let's go back to clause 3 of the bill, the National Insurance Act that is amended. And let us determine from the minister. The minister has not told us in his contribution. He takes this parliament for granted. if you are going to raise monies through amnesties, I have to bring to your attention 1.5 billion. Nowhere in his contribution did the minister tell this parliament that his anticipated number or quantum is 1.5. Further, I would like the minister to tell us when he's winding up how much money he expects, Mr. President, to extract from the NIS, because he's waiving penalties, he's waiving interest. How much money does the minister expect to gain? And what impact these waiving of penalties will be having on the NIS, the NIB as an institution, and the NIS as a social insurance system in Trinidad and Tobago. I read, and it came from the Minister of Finance's contribution in the Parliament, where in Trinidad Guardian on Saturday, November the 23rd, 2024, on page 15, I read where the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago pays out 1.75 billion more than it collects. What? Close to 2 billion. You know why, Mr. President? Because it is collecting, it is paying out 6.5 billion, Mr. President, whilst collecting only 4.74. And it is this very national insurance system that the minister is now saying, let us amend the act. Let us waive penalties. Let us waive interest for some 4,000 employers. But the minister is telling us that, you know what happened? They have to dip into their investment portfolio to take out, Mr. President, close to $2 billion.
46-1, I never said any such thing during this debate, in this debate.
No, you didn't introduce it.
Point of order, Mr. President.
All right.
Point of order.
Okay. Senator Mark, have a seat.
Contributions, benefits, or any such thing with respect to the National Insurance Board. Nothing like what Senator Mark is alleging I referred to. 46.
Okay, so Senator Mark, just be careful when you're trying to make inferences as to the reason for the amnesty in relation to the entities that find themselves in the bill. Continue.
I want to indicate to you, Honorable President, I never said, the minister said this in the Parliament. I never said he said it in this Parliament. I never said that. That is twisting the truth. I was making reference to an article which I quoted the page and the date, and I was bringing to your attention. We are amending in clause 3 the National Insurance Act to waive penalties and interests in order to encourage employers to meet their obligations to the NIB. And all I brought to your attention is that the NIB is in crisis. That's all I'm doing.
Yes.
I never refer to the minister.
And that is why they do an amnesty, to come out of the crisis.
I am saying, Mr. President, that why should we, as legislators, be contributing to the social security system and safety net in this country that is under serious challenge from what we have read in the newspapers, where they have to dip into their investment portfolio to extract
Point of order,
a certain
Mr. President.
amount of money?
Point of order, 43.1, 43.2, tedious repetition.
Yeah, so the point that Senator Mark is trying to make, I am having an issue, Senator Mark. Like I said, I'm trying to connect it to what is before us. What is before us is relatively simple in terms of what it's asking the Senate to do. What you're trying to do in your contribution is connecting it to something else, which is vague in terms of that connection, because the simplicity of it is not, I mean, it's there for everybody to see. So what I would ask you to do is, unless you have the skill set to properly navigate what you're trying to do, don't make the attempt. Senator Mark, have a seat. Have a seat, Senator Mark. Because I am allowing you to talk and I'm waiting for it to come out and I'm not getting it. It's not connecting for me. Leave the contributions part alone, right? It's an amnesty, the purpose of which has been put forward by the Minister of Finance. And really and truly what I'm looking for is either you agree with the amnesty or you don't agree with the amnesty. Try again, Senator Mark.
As I understand it, I'm doing the general principles, and policy of the bill before us, And I have a right under the standing orders to do that.
Yes, you have a right under the standing orders, but the bill before us asks for something specific. It doesn't go further. It doesn't talk about contributions. It doesn't talk about the dire constraints of an institution. It literally speaks to giving an amnesty to a group of individuals under a particular entity and lays out exactly the time period in which that must occur. In the context of a debate in a legislature, it can only be you agree with the amnesty or you don't agree with the amnesty, and the reasonings for that. Trying to go into the entity itself, whether it's in dire constraints or not in dire constraints, or contributions or how the entity operates, doesn't find itself in the bill. As a matter of fact, it didn't even find itself in the moving of the piloting of the bill. That's why I'm saying I'm listening to you and I'm waiting for it to become more than vaguely connected. Continue, Senator Mark.
Sometimes I wonder if my freedom of speech in this parliament is being threatened, Anyway, let me just continue. Answer. Yeah.
Great skill sets on this side.
So I will ask questions. And maybe that might be helpful. Right? We are being asked to give support to an amnesty that is going to result in, well, anyway. I am happy to help people, Mr. President. I have no problem in helping people. I try to, who have a problem with helping the small man? You're against the small man, we know that. But we are for the small people. We are for the working class. And that is why we are going to cut you in the next election.
Point of order.
Yes,
Point of order.
We're going to cut
Point of order. 46-1. 46-1 and 53-1-2. I'm tired to hear that. Tedious repetition.
Okay. We're happy for the little light moments. Senator Mark, you know what you need to do. Continue.
So, Mr. President, all I'm saying is that, it's nice to have this. So, Mr. President, whether it is stamp duty, the minister must explain to us what is the quantum, Mr. President, he expects from this particular measure, right? No, I am asking the minister when he's winding up. I think I have to quote the clause too. Otherwise, I might be in trouble too if I quote the clause. Where's my clause? Quote the clause. Mr. President, let me start from the start. I was trying to go before, but let me start from the start. Let's go to the 9 clause 2. The Registration of Clubs Act, right? Now, we are being told that under clause 2, the minister is given an amnesty to private members' club. They will not be called upon under this clause to meet any obligations that they are supposed to meet if they are late in their payments to the Minister of Finance or not the Minister of Finance, to the Board of Inland Revenue.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Right. So, Mr. President, I want to ask the Minister of Finance, why is he arrogating unto himself a power to extend the period of time? If you go to this bill that is before us, you will see where the minister is given to himself the power to extend the period of time for anyone to take advantage of this amnesty. So the period is up to the 31st of December. But in the legislation, the minister has given himself the following power. May I quote for you? The minister with responsibility for finance may by order prescribe a later date to extend the prescribed period. I want to ask the minister, why do you want that power? We know it's a money bill, Mr. President, and we know we don't have the power to make amendments to money bills. Had we been given that power, we would have made an amendment to this to ensure that the Parliament has supervision and oversight over that period and not leave it into and only up to a minister to determine that. And the Parliament, I'm so sorry that the Parliament has given that authority to the minister to legislate when only we should be having that power to legislate. So he can extend the period. What is the rationale for that? Why is the minister seeking to get that power, Mr. President? To support his friends, his families, and the financiers of the PNM?
Mr. President,
is that the reason?
Point of order. 46-6.
Have a seat, have a seat.
Where's the reason?
One, I'm on my legs. Only one member can raise a point of order at a time. Again, either the leader of government business or the Minister of Finance.
On a point of order, 46-6, and we ask that he withdraws that comment, please.
So, no, Senator Mark, we've spoken about imputation of improper motives. That one was a blatant imputation.
I asked a question, I asked a question, is it...
So, again, first and foremost, you're speaking through me, both of you, and I don't like being screamed at. Again, Senator Mark, I have indicated that that was a blatant imputation without the attempt to mask as anything else, even if it is in question form. So I would ask you to refrain from making such an imputation as you go forward.
Draw anything, is a question.
So, Mr. President,
Mr. President, standing order. 46.6, I ask that the senator be asked to withdraw that statement.
But it's a rule I don't understand.
Again, Minister, I have spoken to the senator in relation to his imputation, and I've indicated that it is just that, an imputation of improper motive. And I've asked the senator to refrain from doing such a thing going forward.
Mr. President, we are saying in my closing few moments here, few seconds, the minister needs to properly justify these amnesties. The Honourable Minister has come over and over with these amnesties, and they have not delivered in the interest of these institutions. And we call on the minister in winding up to give justification for these amnesties, both NIS and tax, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity here to engage for a short period on a Friday afternoon. When some members on the other side are considering their future endeavors outside of politics. So I don't want to belabor any others inside of here who may have been 25 years and also making their exit soon. But, Mr. President, I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this Finance Bill 2024. And, Mr. President, in this Finance Bill, I would like the opportunity to take a different angle than Senator Mark. I would like to set my context. And I'd like to put a frame of questions that maybe look a bit deeper into the reasons and the rationale behind these levels of amnesty. Because I've heard some reasons today, which I'd like to respond to the Minister, the Honourable Minister of Finance. But, Mr. President, so in setting the context, what we are seeing here is we are seeing a bill that seeks between clause 2 to 6 to bring an amnesty again to waive penalties and interests on various bits of tax, whether it's VAT, whether it is the income tax, business levy, and so forth. A couple of these taxes actually that were increased in the tenure of this government, the PNM, which has been famous for raising taxes. But we are seeing this amnesty, and I think in clause 7, we are seeing a bit of an extension on the time to be able to pay yet another new tax brought to this country to put further pain on the citizens of this nation. So that's what we are here today. We are being asked, essentially, in a nutshell, to agree all, as senators on the government side, the opposition, and any independents, to agree to forego a certain amount of revenue. In fact, from what I heard today, a significant amount of revenue we are being asked to forego. And if we, as a country, or as a parliament, are being asked to make that decision, we have to understand what are the implications of foregoing this level of revenue. Nobody's questioning the fact that there are businesses that are struggling today. Nobody's questioning the fact that there are businesses that are happy for this amnesty today. In fact, you can categorize certain businesses into 3 areas when it comes to this amnesty. There are those who are simply delinquent, who simply refuse to pay their taxes. Not that they can't do it, but they're evading it intentionally. And especially when it comes to the NIS and health surcharge, unethically withholding funds from workers, putting them in a problem. It's one thing to evade tax for your own profits, but it's another thing to evade taxes when it comes to workers' benefits. Mr. President, there are those who simply may have made mistakes in their books, as the Honourable Minister stated earlier. Many of SMEs have their books in a disarray, so they're taking the opportunity to catch up on any mistakes they've made. And then there's that category, Mr. President, that has fallen into delinquency because exactly what the Minister of Finance has said, they have reached a point where they had to make a decision. Do I pay rent? Do I pay health surcharge? Do I pay staff? Do I pay NIS? And in listening to the Minister say these things and give the reasons, I thought about these three categories. I listened to Senator Mark speak about what he felt was one of the reasons why he skimmed over it. I'd like to go into a little more detail, because it's important for us to know if there's a deeper problem when it comes to the non-paying of taxes that the government, and us as the government coming in, needs to understand. We need to know if there's a deeper problem. Because if you're telling me that you've come to the nation, the People's National Movement has come to the nation in 2019, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now in 2024, with tax exemptions to help people, there's something more wrong. There's a bigger problem, Mr. President. If our government is now resorting to having to come every single year with tax exemptions to fill a hole in their pockets that is causing them to end up in these massive deficits. So, Mr. President, so I have to ask myself the question, what is the reason? And I listened to the Minister of Finance attentively. I listened to him present in the other place. I heard him responding to MP Tanku saying, who wouldn't want an amnesty? Especially after the COVID pandemic. That COVID pandemic playbook has been the excuse for every failure in this government today. But the minister, once more, has indicated the reason why these companies are looking or happy for the exemption is because of the COVID pandemic. Yes, companies most certainly were impacted in the COVID pandemic. But we've moved on in the world. When we see the economies like Mexico booming today, when we see economies like little Antigua in our backyard booming today, double-digit growth in GDP.
Point of order, 46-1.
I will allow the Senator to continue from a context standpoint.
Yes.
Now, mind you, I'm waiting for the connection.
Right. So, thank you, Mr. President. Right? Because the excuse used was COVID. That's the rationale used. It's always COVID. Then he went on to say that it's because of the Revenue Authority coming on board, coming full steam ahead. So we give an amnesty. I don't see that as any real justification for an amnesty. When the Revenue Authority comes on, you either pay a tax or not. And then he goes on to say that the amnesty, and this was a very, very vague, very quickly, past this one quickly. This is the one I want to focus on. I'll come into it. But he said that the amnesty has generated valuable contributions to the state, $1.5 billion, etc. Over 4,000 people. But he was right when he said that companies had built this dependency every year. They almost expect every year that the government is going to come with an amnesty. And then he goes on to say that under the new Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, companies have to be compliant with taxation. All valid reasons. But if we want to understand what is the real reason, I have to ask myself 3 questions, which leads to our fourth. So the question I ask myself is the government really being genuine and sincere when they come to us to tell us what the rationale is for this tax amnesty that we must forego all this revenue
Point
for?
of order. 53-1, 53-2. Senator Mark asked exactly the same question. Tedious repetition.
No, I have a question.
So, Senator, gloss over that question. You said you had 4, 3, and then leads to a 4th. I'm hoping the second, third is different from what Senator Mark would have asked. So I will allow you to continue in that frame.
I'm setting a frame, you know, because I'm coming with details to back up these things. Senator Mark never went into any details. He never discussed details of the economy. He never discussed, no, he never did, right?
But he doesn't have to discuss details of the economy because we're strictly on the amnesty. So like I said, get to your second and third question so we could understand what is taking place.
Mr. President, thank you. Yes, Mr. President. You see, it's real difficult in our election year for the truth to be told, you see, Mr. President. It's very difficult for them to hear it because they know how difficult it is. They know how their polls are running with the businesses today. They know how it's running, so they don't want this truth to come out.
Point of order.
A point of order is not, one second, a point of order is not a reason to get louder, to try and talk over the point of order being raised. Point of order. Get to the question, Senator.
My second question is, my second question is, how, when I heard the minister speak about over 4,000 delinquent or taxpayers coming forward to pay in an amnesty, I asked myself that second question. How did all these thousands of businesses end up in this situation? It can't be that there are thousands of unethical people in this country like that. It can't be, Mr. President. So I am asking the question as to how did they end up there in the first place to have to benefit from this? Because for us to not end up back in this amnesty situation, we need to understand what is carrying all of these companies into this position and putting them in this position where they need the amnesty. And the third question I have to ask is, has the government, how many companies in the thousands, especially in the SMEs, even with the amnesty today, how many of these companies are going to be in a position at this stage now, given their circumstances, to actually take part in this amnesty, and what happens to them after? What happens to these small companies after the fact? Has the government taken the time through the Ministry of Finance, through the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Planning and Economy, to do an assessment to understand how many of these SMEs can actually take part in this amnesty? And how many of them are going to end up in January in the same khaki pants with the same problem, and we haven't found a solution for these SMEs? So we come every year with amnesty after amnesty after amnesty, but how many of them can really partake in it? Or is it just the big boys who could partake in it? Is it just the big companies? And I cast no aspersions on this government, you know. I do. But it seemed to be the same companies who might be friends and financiers. Yeah.
So I warned Senator Mark about that. Okay?
Yes.
No. Don't do it again.
Mr. President. But Mr. President, to me it just feels like this is the elitist nature. I think that's an okay word. No. There's nothing offensive about this.
Point of order.
Say about allowing a point of order to be raised. Point of order.
53-1B, tedious repetition.
Okay, so I spoke to that. Continue, Senator Lyder. Just
Yes, yes. Yeah, Mr. President, you know, they won't derail me today. They won't derail me today. I gotta keep on going, man. I keep on pushing through. I keep on pushing through. I keep on pushing through. So, Mr. President, it leads me to the fourth question. And I want to know, is there a deeper issue, a deeper problem? Not the COVID pandemic, Mr. President, and I'll tell you why it cannot be the COVID pandemic by itself. And why COVID pandemic continues to be used as an excuse every time. Yes. Every time. Is there a deeper problem since this government has come into power in 2016? Mr. President, no, I'm gonna tell you here now. I have the information. I'll tell you why. Let me tell you why, Mr. President. You see, Senator Mark didn't go into any details. I am telling you why there's a problem in this economy today. Why companies, 4,000 companies, cannot pay their taxes. Let me tell you why.
Order.
Oh.
46-1.
Okay, develop the point.
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, I'm saying to you, when you exist in an economy that has declined by 20% between 2015 and now, that puts local companies in problems. It's a 20% shrink in our economy.
Point of order.
That's why they're having problems to pay taxes today, Mr. President.
There is no this bill that refers to that. That is totally irrelevant, 46-1.
Okay, so two things. One, the argument about the economy has already been made by Senator Mark. You are indicating that you are trying to go deeper in relation to that argument. But understand, as I've stated before, we are dealing with an amnesty. Yes. Correct? And you are either arguing for the amnesty or against the amnesty. Do you understand? Senator Mark tried, didn't quite work out. You are trying to go deeper, which means it's even worse. Get the point I'm making? So it's either you agree with the amnesty or you don't agree with the amnesty. Understand?
You know, Mr. President, I'm in the middle of a debate. And right now, I myself trying to figure out if I agree or don't agree with it. So as I make my points, and I develop my points, and then when my points are developed, if the minister responds or cares to respond to the valid points I'm giving him, that could be the cause of the problem that is leading to 5 amnesties, 4 in a row, he may be able to, the Honourable Minister may be able to respond to me, which will then guide me on my decision. It will guide me on my decision, Mr. President, because I'm not sure if I agree with it. I'm not sure if this is just a plaster for a sore, or if there's a deeper problem. If the minister is coming to say that, look, this is the last amnesty, we have the Revenue Authority coming on, and the government has put plans in place to ensure that companies are supported and will not end up in this morass, Mr. President, then I will be inclined to want to vote in favor of giving up hundreds of millions, if not billions, of money that could be used to pay for drugs in the hospital, that could be used to pay for goods and services in this country. I have to vote. I have to vote if I want to give that up. So I must be able to understand why companies are in this position and if the minister is going to do anything about the points I'm making. So he's given reasons. For example, he said because of the COVID pandemic. But Mr. President, let us be real with each other. Even before the COVID pandemic in 2019, the economy had already contracted by 13%. It was in a downward spiral. The economy was under pressure before the COVID pandemic. So he uses the COVID.
Mr. President, it's now the 4th time he has repeated himself about the downward spiral of the economy. The 4th time, and it's totally irrelevant. Tedious repetition, irrelevance.
COVID pandemic. He made a statement on the COVID pandemic. I'm responding to the COVID pandemic statement.
I have no idea what the purpose of that was.
Sorry. Because of a frivolous point.
No, it doesn't mean you continue. Okay? So I've indicated if you are using the point of the economy to answer the Minister of Finance. You will run into tedious repetition because the amnesty is throughout the bill for various entities, various clauses. So if you were to start with clause 3 and speak about the economy, clause 4 speak about the economy, clause 5 speak about the economy, you get the point as to what would start to occur, why tedious repetition is being raised repeatedly. Understood? Saying you're going deeper doesn't make it correct, makes it worse. Understood? There's an amnesty. You started along the lines of saying you don't know if to agree or disagree with it because you want to know why, which was kind of okay. But then you went back to the economy because you can't develop that much further for 8 clauses. So you understand the problem that we're having.
So, Mr. President, I'll move on from the state of the economy because, boy, if I only had a chance to say the other 7 factors or economic indicators, they would be so damned. They would be so damned. But you know something? It's all right, Mr. President. The whole country already knows they're damned. The country knows their problems, economic in a mess. All right, I'll move on.
And they're gone.
And they're gone. And they'll move on as well. But to my second question, Mr. President, we're moving on from the economy now. And we're getting down to why are businesses in this morass that they can't pay? So we're getting down to the businesses and not the economy. I'm moving on from the economy.
Why are you yelling? This is now...
Okay, all right, enough. Well, have a seat. I understand. Enough is enough. Senator Lyder, you're moving off to the economy and you're going back to question number 2 when you've gotten to question number 4. No. I am listening, you know. I am listening to you intently. Trust me on that. To try and make sense of what is being said. You can't go to question 4. So you originally indicated you have 3 questions, which leads you to a 4th. You got through the first, which was a repeat of what Senator Mark indicated. You got the second question, then the third question. You got to the 4th question, which came from the first 3. Once I indicated you could not go back to the economy, you went back to the second question. All of it is concentric circles of a same argument, which puts you in breach of Standing Order 53(1)(b). Understand what I'm saying? If it is you cannot navigate the confines of this particular debate, you might as well just start to wrap up. Understood? The points have been made. Everybody understands them. Repeating them over and over again isn't going to make it more effective. As a matter of fact, it makes it less effective.
Mr. President, the Minister of Finance stood here, and I heard him clearly speaking about companies having to make a choice. That's what he said. I heard him say that. And I want to respond to that, specifically to that. Companies having to make a choice. And why they have to make a choice. They have a choice to either pay rent, they have a choice to pay tax. They have a choice to pay staff, they have a choice to pay NIS. They have a choice to be able to purchase goods for sale in their businesses so they can survive, or they have a choice to pay their VAT. The minister didn't say it in those exact words, but that is the gist of what he said. And what I'm trying to explain, and what the business community, many of who I speak to in the business community now, forget about the economy, I'm talking about the challenges of the business community now, to be able to pay both their running expenditure as well as their statutory obligations. And they have cried out in pain to be able to meet that. That is why I said, how many of these companies are in a position to be able to pay
Point of order. That is now the 3rd time he has said that. Tedious repetition, irrelevance.
Okay. So I'll explain it one more time. You're trying to say the same thing many different ways. but essentially amounts to the exact same thing. The confusion lies, like I said, in whether you're arguing for the amnesty or against the amnesty. What you're arguing for is the ability to pay. Get it? And if you think about it for a second, the amnesty assists with that. Now, I don't want to get into the debate, that's not my role. But I'm trying to guide you as best as possible in relation to the arguments that you're trying to make. So, I would ask you come off the point completely. I'm going to listen for something completely new. You sure?
Oh, yes. President, I have something new. I have something new. You see, there's a word, and I don't know if it's unparliamentary or not, it's called hypocrisy. Is it unparliamentary? I don't know, it's called hypocrisy. I think I've heard the Honourable Minister use that many times in the Parliament, so I think it could be used today. And when we look at Clause 5,
political hypocrisy.
When we look at Clause 5, which seeks here to give an amnesty for VAT payments, we understand that after you are late, VAT period goes for 2 months. After you're late, you incur a penalty, you incur interest. So 2 months after you 1 day late, it's a penalty and interest starting on you. This bill seeks to give an amnesty on that. And why I say the hypocrisy, Mr. President, is because businesses work on liquidity. They manage their liquidity to be able to pay all the expenditure, including their taxes and including VAT. VAT is a part of their liquidity. And when you as a government, and I say hypocrisy, when you as a government come to the nation demanding that you pay your VAT, telling the nation that you will end up getting penalties and interest after December, but yet you as the government fail to pay VAT refunds back to those same people, to those same companies who you want them to pay, you are taking away the liquidity from them to be able to pay you back your VAT. So even after the amnesty, you're in trouble. That is the truth.
Point of order.
That is the truth about it. It is important. I must raise this. I have to raise this. This is important. This is Clause 5.
Point of order. There's no relevance to VAT refunds in this bill. It's not mentioned. It's 46.1.
Okay. I get the point that you're trying to make there in relation to VAT and the amnesty. You've made that point. Don't repeat it. Move on.
I'm sorry, I have to ask you for your patience with me on this. All right? I have to ask you for your patience on this.
Lyder, I've allowed you to make the point. Have a seat, have a seat. I have allowed you to make the point. I have gotten the point because you're talking to me. Correct? You've made the point. I've said it. You've made the point. You don't have to repeat it. You don't have to expand upon it. You don't have to go further. Continue.
I thank you for allowing me to make the point. I thank you for allowing me. I thank you for allowing me to make the point, and especially the fact that over $7.8 billion in VAT refunds were pulled out of the liquidity of the system, and they are complicit in that.
Exactly what you tell him not to do. Point of order. Point of order. I ask you to invoke 53.2. 53.2.
Okay, so again, this is now becoming tedious for me to be on my legs repeatedly. No, Senator Mark. Okay, so I ruled in relation to all of the points of orders raised. I have indicated, Senator Lyder, the point was made. It's not an invitation for you to shout, to try and get a small point in. None of that is part of it. So you've made the point. I've gotten it. It's recorded. move on.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm always guided by you. And you know you've always been very fair. And because of how fair you are as a president, Mr. President, I will deal with them on the platform on with this. I will bring all of this information to the platform and I'll put it out there because I'm not afraid to put it on the platform. It's okay. It's okay. They could try to silence me here today, but I'll put it on the platform. I'll follow up. So, Mr. President, I move on to clause 7 now in the bill, which seeks to give some injury time for an injured government. Some injury time to the people of Trinidad and Tobago for an injured government who clearly, after 9 years, and threatening to commit property tax in 9 years, couldn't get their act together to have people pay on time.
Point of order.
So that's why we hear this is publicly relevant.
Mr. President, I would like you to invoke the standing order where the member is engaging in tedious repetition, having been warned multiple times for him to wrap up and take his seat. 53-2.
Okay, so the senator has indicated that he's moved on to clause 7, and so he has to be allowed to develop that particular point in order for me. Again, Senator Mark, please, I'm on my legs. I don't understand why you all are talking over me when I am trying to guide Senator Lyder. And all that's happening is his time is being eaten down. You all are better than this. Okay, Senator Lyder, develop the point so that I can listen.
President, thank you. It's a new point, brand new point. Clause 7, not an amnesty. This is not an amnesty. We're not talking about the economy, although we know that they need the property tax bad. They need property tax bad because they're in problems.
Lyder, Senator, sit. Senator Lyder, you're not being very smart. You notice that I'm allowing you to develop your points. Trying to go back in a smart way isn't going to work with me.
So, Mr. President, when we look at the situation where we are being asked here today to give as I said, extra time, injury time, we have to ask ourselves the reason why. Why are we in this position? And we are in this position today simply because what I consider to be the absolute incompetence of this government to be able to roll out any program. And I won't go into all the hundreds of programs they have failed, but this just speaks towards another program once more that they failed to roll out in an efficient manner. They've had a lot of time to deal with this. The opposition has been vehemently against property tax at this time. And I don't want to say why, because you're going to tell me I'm talking about economic reasons. But we have been against property tax at this given time. And no matter how much we've been against it, the government continued on their quest to bring hardship through property tax to the citizens. So,
point of order.
We were supposed to have collection.
Still talking, you know.
Senator Lyder.
Mr. President, this bill seeks to waive penalties and interest on property tax. It has nothing to do with the principles of property tax, does not go into the theory of property tax. It is simply a waiver of interest and penalties on that particular tax. I therefore put to you, Mr. President, Senator Lyder is irrelevant and is in breach of 46(1).
So, Senator Lyder, it is a waiver through the amnesty as proposed in the bill. You were right before your final point in relation to that, and I'm waiting on that to see where you are in terms of the standing order. Just finish that point. Let me hear it.
Okay, so, Mr. President, I'm going to wrap up now, right? Because at the end of the day, I've said what I had to say. We're against the property tax. We're against anything to do with property tax. So if you ask me the question, am I for or against anything to do with property tax? We're against property tax in total. Nothing to do with property tax. We're in favor. So I've given you your answer, Mr. President, that you've asked me about. I'm giving you the answer. We are against anything to do with property tax at this given time. There should be no conversation of a waiver today about property tax because we are totally against it. So, Mr. President, And when our UNC government comes back next year, or if sooner, because there might be an election soon.
Point of order.
I'm wrapping up. Continue. Mr. President, when it comes, we won't have to come back here to discuss about a waiver on interest or penalties on property tax, because there will be no property tax, Mr. President. We will axe that property tax, Mr. President. We will do that. We will do that. That might be Cabinet Note 1. Mr. President, so as I wrap up, unfortunately, I wasn't given the opportunity to answer a lot of the concerns of the business people in this country. I wasn't given the opportunity to do that. A lot of information I had here. A lot of information I had here, right? Whereas there are businesses in this company who are indeed, I don't think any business would not want to be happy. I'm wrapping up.
You are not wrapping up. Mr. President,
I'm wrapping
not
up.
wrapping up. 46.
I'm wrapping up.
Senator Lyder, Senator Lyder, Senator Lyder, Senator Lyder, Senator Lyder, I have spoken to you about how point of orders are raised. I have spoken to you about the content of the debate. I have tried to allow you to wrap up, but somehow you continue to end up right back where I don't want you to. So I'll wrap up for you. Contribution has ended. Minister of Finance. Senator Smith.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good day or good afternoon, honorable colleagues. It's indeed an honor to be here today, as it is every time I set foot in this very august house. And it's indeed a place of national pride, and I can see, based on the wonderful discussions and the vibrancy of the current Senate, how proactive we are in engaging in debate. So I wish to thank God first for the opportunity to speak and contribute to this bill. And I'd also like to convey my gratitude to the Leader of the Opposition for allowing me the opportunity to have this conversation. But colleagues, I would ask members on the other side to give the grace for the opposition to have its say, because the citizens of the country deserve the opposition to have their say, because we represent the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago as well. And I would even take a step further to respectfully ask the President of this wonderful chamber to start afresh as I make my contribution and allow me the privilege to speak and to make some relevant points as it relates to this bill. So colleagues, there's a concept of good governance which I think this bill has really brought to my attention. And good governance, as we know, is really the act of balancing ambition with accountability, vision with vigilance, and power with purpose. And these words actually came from a very well-renowned gentleman by the name of Kofi Annan in his address to the World Economic Forum in 2005. And I want to repeat the quote so that we understand the basis of this bill. It's a matter of good governance and a balancing act of ambition versus accountability, vision with vigilance, and power with purpose. You see, Mr. President, it takes quite a bit of maneuvering when one is tasked with the duties and responsibilities to govern and to rule. Too strong a hand, Mr. President, on the proverbial reins of society leads to rejection from the people. And too soft an approach leads to unlawful behavior and often clandestine practices. And so, Mr. President, as I took a step further to analyze the bill before us, I want us to understand that as we gather here today to discuss matters that are extremely important to, one, both strengthening our resolve as a nation, but also has the potential to destroy the trust that the people have in trusting us as parliamentarians. And this bill, and might I say the bill previous, are really bills that expose us to the global community, because the global community is watching the steps that we take in this sacred house, and they are guided by the actions performed in this sacred house. And so it's critically important when we analyze this bill. I would ask those across the floor to allow me the opportunity to speak without chatter. And so one would think that this bill speaks to, yes, an amnesty. The minister has made that very clear. Members on the other side have made that very clear. But on the backdrop of an amnesty, one has to consider that there are matters of transparency, inclusivity, equity, and accountability, which are not stated directly in the finance bill, which are not stated directly in the money bill, but they are alluded to. And if you want us to come here and say, yes, we agree, or no, we disagree, well, then why have a debate? Let's all just pack up and go home. You say yay, we say nay, and we pack up and go home. Fortunately, we live in a democracy. Unfortunately, yes, there's a process. And so, by God, allow the process to take place. I would argue that the government indeed has had difficulty in performing a balancing act, because governance in itself is a balancing act. You give with one hand and you take with the next in many regards. But this government has proven to be taken too much. Taken. And unfortunately for them, point of order. Unfortunately for them.
Senator Lyder, I'm not going to call you to order again. I think you're old enough, I think you're big enough to understand exactly what I'm saying and what is required of you in this chamber. I cannot understand how you shouting is going to help your own speaker. I am at a loss. I am certain Senator Smith can handle himself without the assistance of backup singers. That being said, I expect silence for the rest of these proceedings. Point of order, Minister.
Actually, I have two. The first one is 46-1 with respect to Senator Smith. The second one is I'm asking you to invoke Standing Order 53-4 and 5 with respect to Senator Lyder.
I have already spoken to Senator Lyder, and I expect compliance. Senator Smith is in the early stages of his contribution, and as such, he must be allowed the breath to develop the context and making his points. Continue, Senator Smith.
Mr. President, I am ever grateful for your wisdom. And so, as I continue to, as you rightly stated, Mr. President, develop my point, I want to make it abundantly clear that yes, this is a matter of amnesty. Yes, it may be perceived as superficial. and very cosmetic, but at its center is an issue of good governance and the way in which things are managed, operationalized in a country that unfortunately, for many citizens, have been seen to be crumbling and falling apart. And I would argue in my contribution, Mr. President, that this government, and we don't say this with pride, we don't take great pleasure in stating the things that we must say on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, but unfortunately for this government, they have failed to address root causes.
Point of order. It appears that
Smith.
I will have to invoke 46.1 repeatedly because Senator Smith is not referring to a single clause in this bill or the principles of the bill or anything to do with the bill before the House. 46.1.
So, Senator Smith, you are developing your argument, but your last sentence, if I am to extrapolate forward, we've already spoken to root causes. Attempts have been made in relation to that. We already know you cannot go down the economic route. So I'm not entirely sure what root causes you could be talking about, but you have been here, you have been listening to the debate so far, you understand the parameters of the debate and the confines thereof. Move forward with that understanding. I am listening intently.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that this Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matters on the adjournment.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matters on the adjournment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The business of the Senate will continue until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matters on the adjournment. Senator Smith, continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm indeed guided by your counsel. And I want to suggest to, with respect, the Honourable Minister, that my speech has an introduction, a body, and a conclusion. I'm almost at the end of my introduction, so if you'd allow me to get to the body, I would quite appreciate it. And so, Mr. President, we need to address root causes of items that are related to this amnesty. And the root causes of one, non-compliance. There's an issue of non-compliance. I would use the latter of the word, stagnation. But the former of the word has been used many times in this sitting, but I dare not mention it. It ends with stagnation. It begins with an E. And so there's a third element as well, public distrust. And the fourth important point is that we have an issue where, as a country and as a government, we are looking at short-run, short-term, cosmetic fixes for long-term and medium-term problems that carry on into the future. And so, Mr. President, yes, it's a yay or nay, but there are also root causes. There are also systemic issues. There are also challenges that we as a nation have to realize and come to terms with. And that is the importance of this money bill. That is the importance of the finance bill. That is the importance of anything related to an amnesty or non-compliance issue. The fact of the matter is that Trinidad and Tobago has been going down a road.
Point of order. 46.1.
So I see the attempts. It doesn't matter if you don't say the word. The general meaning of what you're trying to say remains the same. I will try my best to guide. This is about amnesties. I've said it repeatedly throughout the course of this debate. It's either you're for it or you're against it. Other arguments would be the benefits of amnesties or the lack thereof, which would keep you within the rubric of relevance. Understand?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So I will speak to the exact frame of this Finance Bill 2024, and I will be sure to list the 6 pieces of legislation within the bill. The Registration of Clubs Act, Chapter 21, National Insurance Act, Chapter 32, Income Tax Act, Chapter 75, Value-Added Tax Act, 7506, Stamp Duty Act, Property Tax Act, etc. I have now come into the body of my argument, Mr. President. And so the Finance Bill seeks to introduce, along these pieces of legislation, and focuses on waivers, amnesties, and penalties. And as I said prior, while these measures may alleviate some pain to the business community and to other stakeholders involved, it ignores the long-term systemic issues. And one of those issues...
Point of order, 46-1.
Yeah, we keep going back to the same place. With all my attempts to guide and even give examples of what a debate like this is supposed to generate. I've asked if you've understood what it is I'm trying to guide you to. But no matter my attempts, all I get is a reframing of the same argument. I'll give you one more chance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm guided by, again, your wisdom. And I want to speak to, again, the Finance Bill 2024. And I want to speak to the Trinidad Guardian editorial in November 2024, where it states, and I quote, according to the Ministry of Finance, the last amnesty collected around $1.5 billion. However, the unpaid taxes still amounted to around $4 billion. And in an article, and I title, Minister of Finance announces tax amnesties online payment for property tax. That article goes on to speak of the tax amnesties over the years being something that has been valuable and sources of additional revenue to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and have generated billions of dollars in payments. The minister went on to state, we do not encourage tax avoidance, but now that the Privy Council has ruled in the government's favor with respect to the constitutionality of the TTRA, which now allows us to move apace to populate and operationalize this new authority, we will give taxpayers one last opportunity. Always with this one last opportunity. Always. To put their house in order and pay up the outstanding taxes before the TTRA, the bully, the big bad wolf, the TTRA, is in full operation. And much ado in the minister's representations here. This is consistent with the type of behavior that we see on the opposite side. Either you get in line or you're railroaded to the end of the street. And so he added further comments as it relates to the Finance Act and it relates to the amnesties that were pending. Once the TTRA is fully operationalized, better compliance is expected, and all taxpayers by that time would have become compliant. The article goes on to say, Imbert rejected the claims of the opposition that the government will use the TTRA to go after the little people.
Point of order. Relevance, that is not this debate.
Senator Smith, the TTRA is not in question here, as much as it was mentioned in the debate, vaguely so. Your reading of the article seems to speak a lot about the TTRA. Understood? The TTRA is not what is the focal point. The amnesty is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The two have been jointly correlated in the minister's speech several times. I don't see how that is irrelevant. The amnesty is tied to the fact that when the TTRA becomes in effect on March 2025, it's directly related because there will be no more amnesty. So respectfully, Mr. Speaker, that is how I'm addressing the point as it relates to this particular issue. And so the second point I want to issue is that amnesties, unfortunately, in recent time, have become band-aids for systemic failures. And that's the point, that the amnesty is highlighting fiscal relief, but often really reveal deeper structural issues within our country's tax system.
46.1, 53.1, 53.2, tedious repetition of everything Lyder said.
Okay. Enough. Systemic issues, root causes, economy, the reasons the businesses can't pay, all repetitive. You started off with systemic issues in the first 10 minutes of the debate. We are back at systemic issues again. Do you understand where the tedious repetition is coming from? If systemic issues is the basis of your argument, then you might as well stop now. If you have something new in relation to, as I have guided, the benefits of amnesties or the lack thereof, you would remain within the rubric of relevance. Senator Mark. Have a seat, Senator Smith. My role is to ensure the standing orders are adhered to. If everybody adheres to the standing orders, everybody will be protected. And I'm given guidance for the entirety of this debate. Senator Smith, you're so guided.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm guided by your ruling. And I would say, in terms of this debate, whether you agree or disagree, there needs to be a room for a maneuvering of one's point.
Point of order. 53.1.2, he has said that 3 times, and he's also irrelevant 46.1. And he's challenging your ruling.
Senator. Again, to Senator Smith, just bring your points forward, please.
Mr. President, with respect, I am neither challenging your ruling, nor am I.
Mr. Finance, after I have spoken, you just continue, because that is the end of that. So just continue. Focus on your contribution and continue.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm guided. I would just say, as I continue, but let those who have an ear, let them hear, and let those who have eyes, let them see. Because it's very obvious to me and to many persons on this side that clearly obstruction is the modus operandi of this existing.
Okay, so Senator Smith. That is not allowed. Okay? Do you have any other points in relation to this debate?
Mr. President, I'm guided by your instructions, and I will, if permitted, continue. So, Mr. President, as it relates to the finance bill and the amnesties, I was paused to look and consider other countries that have had similar issues like we have had as it relates to compliance, as it relates to amnesties of this nature. And so, one example of this, as cited by the Caribbean Development Bank, actually in 2021, they referenced Barbados as an example. And Barbados evidently initiated what they call their digital tax system. And this was also meant to streamline revenue collections. And within a 2-year period, Barbados has witnessed an improved 30% increase in compliance rates as it relates to the amnesties. And so Trinidad and Tobago can learn from similar initiatives. We can take pattern in the successes of our neighbors. And we can also, Mr. President, if we look behind the legislation and we look at the operationalization of the legislation, which is the most critical aspect of any legislation, because you can bring matters to the Parliament, you can sign off, you can dictate, you can speak eloquently, or you can simply say yea or nay. At the end of the day, it is the responsibility of the institutions to operationalize those changes and to make them work, and in this case, to work for our country. And so, Mr. President, it often dawns on me that the Minister in his contribution, the Honourable Minister of Finance, he mentioned that there are issues as it relates to the Border and Inland Revenue, and he cited issues with collection, etc. And one point I just want to make is that he suggested again that a body to come will sort out these issues. And I had a challenge with that concept, because what it said to me is that...
Okay, so, Senator, you started off the point, and you were doing quite fine when you started there. When you spoke to Barbados and the methodology that they used in order to ensure there was compliance. That was within the rubric of relevance, because it spoke to the essence of what an amnesty is supposed to do. You're veering off back towards the TTRA. It doesn't matter if you call the name or you don't call the name. We know what you're talking about. Right?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you. Guided by your timely intervention. If I may tie, wrap that in what we call a Christmas wrapping, my suggestion was that as a nation, we have this affinity of renaming, reshaping, revamping, rejuvenating, re-engineering, re-evaluating institutions, but we don't solve
46,
the inherent problems.
Point of order. Senator has gone back to the whole thing about institutional strengthening, systemic problems, etc. 46-1.
53-1.
Okay, Senator Smith. Come off the point of the reason behind why these entities don't pay. Stay away from it completely. Any point that you have in relation to an institution, an entity, as to why they can't pay, again speaks to the economy, which we have already dealt with, and all of that. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I'm guided by your instruction. And I want you to know that it's not my intention to meander away from the main essence of the bill. But in developing one's arguments, sometimes it takes time to overcome the bumps in the road. All right? So thank you for your indulgence. And one point I wanted to make as it relates to the amnesties. In particular, I want to touch on two things. One, as it relates to the bill, there's the National Insurance Act, Chapter 3201, and then there's the whole question of waivers of taxation and items as it relates to that. I would speak to the point I brought up earlier, which is giving with one hand and taking from the next. And if we have to have laws that work inherently for the good of people, we cannot have so strict a measure as outlined by the bill. You see, Mr. President, on one hand, we're saying that we're allowing businesses, individuals, to have some form of relief. But then on the other hand, there's a very direct and sharp connotation that if you do not fall within this parameter, you are somehow sidelined, you are somehow left behind, you are somehow treated as scum. And so I want to put on record that the intention of legislation is to support the people. It is to assist persons. It is not meant to chastise. It is not meant to be hard-handed.
Point of order.
And so as relates to...
Point of order. In my opinion, Mr. President, Senator Smith is being wholly irrelevant and ignoring all of your guidance deliberately. 46-1.
I wouldn't go as far as to say it's deliberate. At best, it might be a communication problem. But Senator Smith, I don't think in my experience I've been so hard-pressed to explain what the parameters of a particular bill is and where the standing orders come into that, and not have it understood to allow senators to complete a contribution. I'm going to have to let this be the final warning. Try your best. As a matter of fact, start to wrap up. Because I don't think you're able to get within the parameters of this debate in terms of relevance. You keep veering back to what it is you've prepared and your understanding of what is before us. So I would just ask you to start to wrap up your contribution now.
Mr. President, I think...
No, listen.
Members of the House.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, although the members of the opposition have left, I think for the viewing public, I should read out Standing Order 46.1. Debate on any motion, bill, or amendment shall be relevant to such motion, bill, or amendment, and a senator shall confine his observations to the subject under discussion.
Minister, there's really no need to read out the standing order. So just continue your contribution to wrap up the debate.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, the statements made by members opposite were wholly irrelevant, vexatious, frivolous, irrelevant, tedious, irrational, grievous, absurd, nonsensical, not pertinent in any way to the debate, would not assist anyone viewing this live broadcast to understand what we are about, would not help to educate the persons that this amnesty or these amnesties are intended to help, will not help a small businessman to understand that the amnesties cover all taxes, value-added tax, income tax, corporation tax, stamp duty, gaming tax and registration of clubs. The contributions of the opposition would not help anyone to understand what their obligations are, what the law states, what is the purpose of this bill. It would defeat that purpose entirely. It is clear that the members opposite came here today with one purpose: to filibuster, to cause confusion, to disobey the presiding officer, to pretend that they did not understand what they were being told, to pretend that they were accepting guidance from the president. That was not the intention. The intention was to come in the usual manner, scream and shout, be totally irrelevant, carry on, rant, rave, and misbehave. There was one point, one, made by Senator Mark that requires an answer. In 2010, the then UNC government, of which Senator Mark was a part, created a tax amnesty by way of the finance bill of 2010. And in that finance bill, finance number 2 bill of 2010, and in that bill, there was more or less the identical waiver, the same provisions that are in this bill, except they were for a particular period of time. And later on, the then Minister of Finance, the UNC Minister of Finance, visited the Inland Revenue Department in May of 2011, because the amnesty was initially due to end on the 30th of May. I'm seeing a notice here, 31st, but it was due to end on the 30th of May, 2011. And Mr. Dukaran, Minister Dukaran at the time, visited the Inland Revenue Division to thank the staff of the Inland Revenue Division for the efforts during the amnesty period, which began in September of 2010 and was initially due to end in May 2011. And I'm reading from a media advisory published by the Ministry of Finance on the 30th of May 2011, 31st of May 2011. And it says that the Minister of Finance, Mr. Dukaran, after being brought up to date by officers during his visit, took a decision to extend the deadline in light of the overwhelming response by citizens, and also to allow persons who hadn't previously met the deadline an opportunity to comply with the amnesty requirements. And as a result, the then UNC government extended the amnesty by 1 month to June the 30th, 2011. I heard some talk here about hypocrisy, but those 6 senators are masters of hypocrisy. Because if the UNC government could enact legislation to create a tax amnesty and then extend it because they felt it was necessary to do so, they felt it's because we are a last-minute society, they felt because there was a big rush at the Inland Revenue Office, and it was obvious within the last 2 or 3 days of the amnesty that people had eventually got their house in order and were able to pay up their principal amounts owed of tax. The UNC extended the amnesty. So if the UNC could do it, why can't I do it? It's just nonsense. This is a standard clause in legislation of this type. You always want to give the relevant minister the flexibility to extend something of this nature. And you don't want to have a parliamentary debate to extend the time for an amnesty. And with respect to the law, the other important thing is the law. Because what I find with members opposite, they always pretend not to understand the law. But there is absolutely no doubt that Senator Mark's noise about the provision to allow the minister to extend is based either on a complete misunderstanding of the law or deliberate distortion of the facts. The power for the Minister of Finance to extend amnesties of this nature is granted to the minister if Parliament approves the bill. It is not a power that the Minister of Finance seeks to grant to himself. It is delegated by Parliament. That's factual. There's nothing extraordinary about this, because that delegation to the minister cannot derogate from what Parliament has passed. What we are talking about today is the actual amnesty itself. It is the waiver of penalties and interest with respect to outstanding stamp duty, outstanding value-added tax, and so on. That is the essence of what we are debating today. A waiver, also called an amnesty. And Parliament is not giving the minister any power to extend the confines of this bill or the limits of this bill to any other matter or any other interpretation of the tax laws. All the Parliament is being asked to do is to delegate to the Minister of Finance the power to extend the time for the effectiveness of the substance of the bill. The substance of the bill is to grant an amnesty. All that clause does is give the minister the power to extend the time, that's all. Does not give the minister the power to change the amnesty, to change the type of taxes that it applies to. Doesn't give him the power to take out stamp duty or to put in another tax that maybe he forgot about. Parliament is not being asked to do that. And that is where I have to call it deliberate distortion of the UNC, typical, and deliberate hypocrisy of the UNC with respect to the power to the minister to extend. There's nothing sinister in it. There's nothing frightening in it. We are all Trinidadians and Tobagonians. We live here. We know that whenever there's a deadline to do anything, you saw it most recently with property tax. Anytime there's a deadline to do anything, we are a last-minute society. If anybody denies that, then they are living in outer space. And you can be autocratic. You can be dogmatic. You can behave like a dictator and say there will be no extension, and therefore this bill does the opposite of what the UNC senators were accusing us of. It is the essence of the opposite of dictatorship, where the minister is asking for power to extend. It is the opposite of autocracy. It is the complete flexibility to cater for the nature of our society. And everybody understands that. Every time there's been an amnesty, whether it's a UNC minister, whether it's a PNM minister, let me read an article for you, Mr. President. I looked at an article that I found from 2012, because UNC had 2 amnesties. All the noise they make in there, you would think they never had an amnesty. Apparently an amnesty is evil. It's a creation of the devil, if you listen to them. But they had an amnesty in 2011, and they had an amnesty in 2010, 2011, and they had an amnesty in 2012. And let me read an article from the Trinidad Guardian, Christmas Eve, 24th of December 2012. Headline, Attorney pleads for a 6-month extension of Trinidad and Tobago tax amnesty, Trinidad Guardian. Attorney at law Ramesh Prasad Maharaj is calling on Government and Finance Minister Larry Hawaii to extend the tax amnesty for at least 6 more months after describing an ordeal in attempting to process his documents at the Registrar General's office on the Friday before Christmas. I want to ask government to be good enough to extend this time by at least 6 months to enable all the defaulters to put their papers in order. We must remember it is part of the culture of Trinidad and Tobago for people to wait until the last minute to get things done. He said people who went to see about their paperwork at the Registrar General's office were sometimes turned away when a certain number is called because no one else is allowed entry into the department as it cannot accommodate any more people. Now, this is real life. This is not the fantasy of Wademark or the screaming of Lyder or the misbehavior of Senator Naked. This is real. And therefore, it's a benefit for the Parliament to give the Minister of Finance the power to extend the time. That's a benefit for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I asked the same question that I asked in the other place. Why is the UNC so fond of oppressive behavior? Because they don't want that to happen. And for an extension to be granted by a legislative amendment, it would mean I have to go to the other place, debate that, then I have to come here and wait the various period of notice, the number of days, seek permission to have the bill to be taken through all its stages and come here. So you're talking about a week, 2 weeks. And that means I would have to come 2 weeks before the end of the amnesty to debate an extension to the amnesty. It's absurd. I reject everything said by the UNC. They are just ridiculous, and they are oppressive, and they actually don't care about poor people, and they don't care about small people, and they don't care about educating anybody about what we do in this chamber to help the people of Trinidad and Tobago. They just don't care. They are selfish, they are heartless, and they are ridiculous. And with those words, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In accordance with Standing Order 57-2, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters be now read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Acting. No. Go ahead.
A bill entitled An Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.